Greetings. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you? It is I. Wait, is that actually this? No, it's wrong size. I gotta figure out how to unlock this payphone. We'll have a stream about that at some point. I don't think there's any change in it. Probably not. But I want this as a voice modulator. Oh man, this is fucking heavy. I want to install a voice modulator in it and have it sound like an old phone too. So I can pick up the phone and go, hello, and it'll sound like somebody on the phone line. And I want to hang it on my wall, but it's gonna have to hang on a stud. That thing is heavy. But then you can hang it up too. You can go bam and do the receiver hang up. Oh man, I drank too much last night. I'll admit it to you guys. I drank too much last night. Feeling like I got run over by a steamroller. There's so many forceps on this thing. Do that. That means there's probably going to be Mickey Mouse ears in my forcep ears in my face cam. Yeah, there they are. See that? It needs to be like this, otherwise it gets on camera. It's a rainy day here. It's a sleepy, rainy day. Played with the puppy a little bit this morning, and then, yeah, here we are, ready to work on burning this out. All my stuff is still set up. All the cameras are already primed. Bit crush the audio to 8-bit 4 kilohertz. Yeah, I mean, like, it would be kind of cool if we could get an inverter into that and make it just use all the old phone hardware. There's a piece of glass on this print. Look at how this print turned out. Look at how shiny smooth that is and how clear that is. Not completely ideal, but it is pretty fucking cool. And if I did do all of the infill in the same direction, it would have maybe looked even more clear, but I busted out the space gray and then thought, well, this looks really cool. Nobody's gonna see it. So I made sure to do it in the clear stuff so that maybe we could put an LED behind. Can you 3D print a Fresnel lens? Not really. Not really. I mean, yeah, maybe other 3D printers could do it. Not mine. Certainly not mine. The only reason that this is glassy smooth is because I printed it on glass. The layers of the 3D print kind of interfere with any lens that you would potentially be able to print, especially when you get up into thicknesses. You got layers and layers of that filament that laid down. I don't know. Maybe you could make like a dirty Fresnel lens with a really good printer. Your fingers swollen? No, I'm just a fat guy. Let's see. I'm gonna top off my glass. That piece of cardboard keeps getting under my foot for some reason. It really wants to kill me. Get over there, piece of cardboard. This looks fancy. Please don't bring it to an airport. What? Oh yeah, I should start soon. It's whatever. I'm starting late. I had a friend who made a headphone amplifier. He didn't really make it. I think he bought it, but he did his own battery for the thing. And it had all of these battery wires all over it, and all these 9-volt batteries and stuff. And then he used electrical tape to hold it together. And I'll tell you what, that looked a lot like a lot of the stuff that I was finding on my desk during one of my jobs. And so he was able to fly out of the country with it, but I think it was like the Israeli airport or something like that. Pulled it out of his bag and gave him a look like, I got you. And he's like, no, it's just a headphone amplifier. But it was a bunch of electrical tape and like just battery wires all over the place. Yikes. I don't know what he was thinking. What is this music? Is it Spangle? I think it is. Doesn't this usually say the song in here? Usually it says the track like right here. I don't know. Technically, I had 40 carbohydrates, which should be about 9 units. I gave about 8. I had to replace my pump. Oh my god, I gotta like get into go mode here. I gotta get into stream mode. Last activity was 2 days ago. Okay. I'm trying to get going. It's a rainy day, so everybody's kind of got doldrums going on. We'll move some of this hardware over to the new plate. I'll just use the shiny one. It's not perfect, but I needed to use up this color of filament and everything. I could have done it in a like deep blue. I was thinking about doing it in deep blue, but I think we were going for reds on Burn the Subs, and I think I'm out of that red filament. I don't want to buy more of it because I got filaments I got to use up. You know, you can buy a mistake filament, but then you gotta sleep in your own bed, right? Alt PR screen. Go mode is a few. I don't even know what the hell that. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Each playthrough shuffles location of the important teams of the game. There's some kind of a thing. It's like a game. The Alt TP randomizer by VTRORP. Playthrough shuffles location of all the important items in game. Find a bow atop a death mountain. I don't have any. I'm gonna look up the images on this. Some kind of game. Not news. There's images. There it is. Keep shuffling those things. Oh, okay. It's yeah. Link to the Past. I played that game for the first time on an emulator, and I played it while listening to Fatboy Slim. So every time I see those graphics, it's Fatboy Slim music pops into my head. The Q-tip my ears. I'm feeling like I woke up under the bed today. Too late of a night. Too late of a night. Too much alcohol in my body. I'm back. I'm back. I'm alive. I'm dead. Speaking of Philly artists, you know E-Double? No, I don't know E-Double. I never heard of it. What genre are we talking? Rap? Who is that? E-Double. Came right up. Evan Sewell Wallace. Hey, Wallace. I know a Wally. Excuse me. 1982. He's a year older than me. Look at this person who's more successful than me. Freestyle Friday. Yeah, so it is rap. Cool. I'll have to listen to this later. It's hip hop. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll probably like it then. Cool. A Link to the Past randomizer sounds like fun. I played a bit of the game, and then I think I got stuck somewhere, and I just didn't continue. It's like you need a guide in order to progress, right? I had similar problems with Ocarina of Time because I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb. I didn't know what I needed to do next, and so I got stuck. And I put the DS down, and I never picked it up again. Yeah, did a little bit of 3D printing. This is a 3-hour print. 3-hour tour. All right. Oh yeah, this is the typical Big John tracks. Here's a thing. Here's the thing that's been happening. In spite of all the code that I've put into the... What the hell was that? I saw a bug. Where did it go? I saw it on the microscope. I don't see it here now. There it is. What are you doing on my desk? You. You little bug. What are you doing? What the hell is it? It's like a mite. What the hell is that? I don't see it anymore. Unless it is that speck that I'm focused on. There it is. What are you? What are you? Are you some kind of infestation? No, I think it's a little winged guy. I can't even see, it's so small. Each of those squares is 1 inch, so. Looks to be alive, well, not for long. I don't know if I can kill bugs on stream. I don't know if that's kosher. I don't know if that's allowed. No, it's definitely not a tick. I don't think ticks are clear like that. We have a new dog, so it's like every bug. I don't know. I know. No. It's PEBA or something like that. People for the Ethical Treatment of Bugs. It's dead now, just by virtue of my sweeping like that. Preservation in science. I just hope it's not a fucking like bed bug or some shit. We've avoided bed bugs here. So right now, well, you know what? I'm not going to explain any of this stuff until we get going. We got a lot to do. We'll have fun. It'll be a good stream today. We have a lot to do, actually. a lot of stuff to assemble. And it's a rainy day out there. It's all gloomy, so it's easier to be inside. Gloomy day. Yeah, that's the thing, is the bed bugs can... Boy, are they virulent, and they can spread very easily, and they're very difficult to get rid of. I had a friend in New York City who was having trouble with them, and he's literally fucking tried everything. I forget what worked in the end. I forget which method he used to finally get rid of the infestation, but it was like months of perseverance. Hans met? What the hell? Huh? I don't know what that is. Heat and something. I think what he eventually did was use heat. I think that's how I did it. I'm gonna look for DB connectors while we're sitting here. So I'm gonna root around in my trash. Root around over here. I think I have a DB9 somewhere. Or maybe a DB15. Oh, I found him immediately. Never mind. Because I don't have to root around anywhere. I immediately found him. Okay, it was the first bin that I touched. Well, okay, never mind. I thought I'd have to dig through stuff a little bit more. Oh, Hans brings the flamethrower. Yes. Flame and warfare. Wear some flames over here. Yeah, it's not so much symmetric chaos as it is memorized chaos. But I do need to clean up that corner. I need to get that going. It's just been a lot. It's been a lot, and that's a very extra thing to clean all that up. Oh, I don't like the off-key flute on this track. I'm gonna bump ahead. The rest of the track is really cool, but it's just got this really annoying, like it's like a beep. It's just such a strong instrument. Drives me nuts. Yeah, there should be enough pins to run the entire hot end for the laser. And the lovely thing about DB connectors is that each of these connectors can run 5 amps at 12 volts. It's crazy. Tenting the house and heating it to 160F. Jesus. I don't know what my friend did. I think he bopped the radiator up to full power and rolled with that for a little bit. I'm not sure. 160 isn't exactly survivable. I should put moisturizer on my fucking skin. I'm getting dry. It's funny when it like rains out, I get really dry. And then I've got all these fucking scars now. That one's hopefully going away soon. The puppy tooth scar right there on my wrist. Sick of this. My hands are like battle mode. I guess that comes with the territory though. I need liquid to clean out all these tubes too. I guess I'll just have to spend I'll spend an evening in the sink washing out all of my tubes. I don't know why they get cloudy like this. Just the water. Chainmail gloves, yeah. No, they're not just chainmail gloves. Are actually industry standard for a lot of different industries. If you're like, you know, cleaning fish, or you know, you just work with a blade. Anybody who works with a blade, even chefs sometimes will, you know, kitchen drones will sometimes wear them as well. They're just a safety precaution. Because, you know, one slip up and Jesus Christ, some of those knives can really mess you up. What's up, everybody? Howdy, Mr. Ian. I think I'm just gonna float this right here, and that way I'll just have this plug that I can unplug. But we gotta get into this. Yes. How we doing today? It's raining here, so I'm just dealing with humidity, puffiness. I feel like I've been inflated. Found my iOmega click disc. Finally. I never had the click drive. I think somebody else had it, but I've always had a click disc. Remember that period of time when the floppy disk was out of its technical lifespan? This is a 40 megabyte disk. This is like 40 floppy disks. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Didn't these go up to a gigabyte? No. I think it's 40 megs. Yeah, exactly. If your industry is cutting apart literally what you're made out of, if you're made out of the same stuff that your knife can easily handle, it's a good idea to exercise precautions and perhaps put something a little bit more sturdy between the meat you're supposed to cut and the meat that you really shouldn't cut. There's a little pin hole right there. I think I need to press something in there. I vaguely remember the Ditto drive. Yeah, this is a brief period of time when the storage capabilities of floppy disks were no bueno, and everybody was looking for an alternative solution. Oh yeah, that's right, it's just right here. It's just the side thing gets pushed in. And just before CDRs became huge. You had things like this, where you have this protected disk in its own little carrier. Zip drives were like the iOmega zip drive was like the big deal during that period of time. And you had that zip drive sound where it would infinitely click and not be able to read any data. But this one was a little bit of an offshoot of that. This is like the nicer zip drive when iOmega started becoming popular, and then, I don't know, I guess CDRs happened and everybody moved on. CDRs could hold a shitload of storage, and all you had to do was go through a stack of disks and maybe wait a hell of a long time for the for the thing to burn. It was magic. We had people who would show up at the computer labs with stacks of CDRs and take up basically their whole day burning music. Yeah, this thing is like, it's like really cool looking. It's like kind of like a, you know, like in the Matrix. Remember that movie? Remember that old movie called The Matrix? Remember that old thing? When they put the little mini disc into a drive that went into the computer. That's kind of what this reminds me of a little bit. That's why I keep it around. Yeah, the click of death. Yep. That's when it was time to pull your data off of the drive. I don't think I'm gonna stream for very long today. I'm kind of not feeling good. My own fault. We'll have a good stream tomorrow. I'll have to see if I can find something to take apart. I really would like to take something apart tomorrow. We do have to work. I do have to finish the work that I'm doing on the router because I've had it up here with my fucking router lately. My internet router sucks. It's just so bad. It's so bad. I don't know what the hell the problem. I think it's just old. It's not even that old. I just think it probably could handle like my phone better and stuff if I got a new one. So I got a new one, and then it turns out the new one doesn't have SMA sockets. I don't know what the hell Asus was thinking when they made the damn thing, but because I don't have SMA sockets on the damn thing, I can't immediately swap it in. I have to modify my own router. I hate having to do that with this kind of stuff because it's supposed to be modular. This kind of stuff is supposed to be modular, and this is very much not modular. There's like dust on it already. Hold on, let me put this circuit board section away. Where did my PCBs go? Where'd my PCB section? What happened to that? They're in a bin. The bin should be right fucking here. It's not. Why is it not right fucking here? Where fucking did it fucking go? Oh, one over here. Got him. We're on CDRW. Yeah, the rewrite. I never really saw the utility in rewriting because they were. I mean, stacks. As somebody who lived literally up the road from Micro Center, we would buy just stacks and stacks of CDRs. We were at Micro Center like every other week, just buying fucking CDRs. It was great. It was a great time. But the excuse me, I died. Whew. One of the results of being up until 3 a.m. by accident is that my stomach hates me. But anyway, we buy stacks and stacks of CDRs, and why would you attempt to rewrite when that's so unreliable? The spider looking, yeah. Thing does look like it should be able to crawl around. Look at this though. I bought a modern Asus router, right? I was like, cool, $150. That's not chump change, right? That's like walking around money. And I figured for that much money, I should be able to get a nice modern thing that's going to take me into the future. Nope. Turns out, oh God, it's more of that flute. It's more of that flute that I don't like. The off-key flute. But yeah, I figured I'd be able to get something modern and functional, but these aren't removable. They're not removable. There's no plug. So I bought plug. I bought these. We should work on that. Let's work on that right now. The 3D printing that I've done, I'll just talk about it for a second here. 3D printing that I've done. We're gonna assemble the control board, and hopefully we can get to the point where it's like, you know, all the hardware is there, and I can start to work with it. Look at this. My 3D printer. I have a BL Touch, right? And it's a CR10S with different control stuff, right? So one side of the printer is too high up, and then Fatidon comes in like he knows me and starts talking shit about what I should do in order to... Your flow rate is wrong. No. Because over here, it's perfect. But over here, oh, it's the... Oh, you need your forward advance flow rate and blah, blah, blah. This is what I'm talking about with 3D printers and fucking Linux. is that everybody gets an idea in their head of what's going on, and they don't seem to know what actually is going on. That's at least my experience with such things. Your mileage will obviously vary, but for me, it was the right to left off kilter. And the problem with my printer is that it has a piece of 2020 rail. It's the metric rail. And that 2020 rail cocked to the side just a little bit. The problem is that 2020 rail is really strong. It's actually a really sturdy shape of material. And so what happens is it's cocked over to the side a little bit. When my printer tests the height of one side, tests the height of the other side, it will try to correct it. And then when the printer turns off, it springs back. So I don't know what to do about that. I could maybe use shims or something like that to kind of permanently cock it over to the side a little bit more and do it carefully and accurately. But like, this is a problem. This is a problem. The other problem, of course, is that with this giant print, the PETG gets into the surface and it grips it extremely well. So that is a little piece of the material that my bed is coated with right there. This little guy right there. And a little piece of glass behind it, because it pulled up an entire grain of glass. What's up, Turbonad? How you doing? Everybody go check out Turbonad's streams. Then I did it on the glass surface, so I've got this beautiful glassy clear surface. And actually, if I kept the fill going in the same direction, it looks like I probably would have been in good shape to have a clear print. But then, over here, we have a piece of glass that came up with everything else. Another grain of glass coming up. God damn it. That ruins my bed. I should have put down glue stick before doing this because it's such a big surface area that there's no doubt that it'll do something bad. What? Print bed made of something, something, something? I don't know, man. There's all kinds of better materials that I guess I could use. But yeah, if you just put down glue stick, butter stick, yeah. It was like a one-image meme, and it just lives in your head. If I put down glue stick, that would have been the interface material, and it would have given this a different surface finish. But the glass, I mean, the glass bed is like $30, so it's kind of a wear item. Butter stick has been in my head for decades. Yeah, this is space gray, and it looks really cool from a distance. Actually, even from close up, it looks kind of like space age, like coated materials. It's got a very rough surface, and it's got a little bit of a sheen to it. It's kind of nice, except the part that looks like the interior of a spacecraft isn't what people will see. So if I were to invert the surface somehow and still get the posts that I need, I like having these posts because they move the screws away from what they need to be moved away from, and they give a little bit of air gap in the back so that I can exchange cool air. But you can't see it. You can't see that on this end. Like, this is really cool. This looks like spacecraft stuff, right? But you wouldn't be able to see it. I'd have to invert the way that it's printing and then have all the ribs in here, which is a thought. I mean, it's a thing that I could do. I could print these posts separate and then invert how all the stuff goes together, and then it would look cool. It would look pretty cool. Maybe I'll do that. I have dual Z motors, but they don't, because it springs back. If I do a tilt test, I get numbers, and then I do another tilt test and the numbers go down, and then I do another tilt test and the numbers go down. Then I turn off the printer and turn it back on, and the numbers are back up. So it's springing back. But yeah, I do that. I do that every print. This is the results after I did that for this print. I feel like my bed leveling and like the tilt test aren't fucking effective. What the hell? Wait a minute. I gotta see what's hurting my thumb. Where did that go? It's all the way up here. Right there. Now, did I scrape my thumb or is that a bug? What is that? I don't think it's a bug. Okay, I scraped my thumb. That's just a scrape. Okay. I'm being cautious because I don't know if we've got infestations or not. Is that though? What is that? Hold on. The thing that dropped off of my thumb. I have to verify that it's that it is flesh and not bug. It's a very bug-looking piece of skin, if you ask me. Whoa! It fucking flew away. No, it's right up here. What the hell is that? I think that's just a skin flap, but it sure as hell looks like it has wings. I don't know. We're in as far as we can get without the Z axis. You got jabbed with an umbrella. Chew on it to figure out if it's a skin. Yes. This flavor. It's not my skin. The song's a banger. Yeah, this is a more Big John. I like the music he plays. All right, I think I'm just paranoid. I think I'm just paranoid and scraping my hands on this stuff. We're back to the flute. God damn it. I can't stand the flute. I'd have to change the extrusions in order to move this to the other side. Now, what I don't want to do is put that texture here on the bed. You see, if I were to flip this, I have to flip the whole thing. And then what I need to do is take these posts and make them a separate print. And then everything will print pretty. I might do that. I don't know. It looks way cooler without, like... And then I could do it in space gray, and I wouldn't have any regrets. I do want to do the assembly, though, of this. This song's a banger. That's what this is. Yeah, these mixes are good. All right, let's see. Move out a little bit. Whoever's on that flute, stop it. Just stop it. You're off key. Raja Ram is drunk. He's on his flute again. Oh, I thought that was yeah, I thought that was something else entirely. Oh my god, it's another bearded white guy on Twitch. My god. All right, let's just get started. I mean, it's not like I put up the start soon. I could literally do this all day. But yeah, let me just volume. Wait, that wasn't volume. Whoops, that was wrong. That was the wrong control. Sorry, I'm tone deaf. All the way down we go, and I hit pause. Okay, what are we doing today? We're gonna do a little bit of burn the subs. I do want to kind of set up my router here because it's like a short thing that I need to do. The Asus router that I bought doesn't have the right plugs for me to plug in antennae, which is kind of a shame because that router sits on this rack case over here. I had a little trouble with my router in that the power switch doesn't say switched. It's one of those pop-out power switches that has the little not compliant mechanism, whatever it is. It's got like a metal piece that travels on a path And so when you push it in, it stays pushed in. When you push it in again, it pops out and turns off. Well, great idea, Asus. Really good idea on a device that you have to reset pretty often, because its fail state is to pop out and not pop in. I think maybe if I push it and then tilt the router, it'll probably stay in, but that's a little weird. So what I did is I put a piece of tape on it in order to keep my internet going, in order to keep the button pushed in. But the problem is, piece of tape on a flat surface with something pushing it out like this, there's a lot of compliance there. It'll move quite a bit. And then it did, and my internet shut off. And so what I did is I put a plastic screw in there. So having a plastic screw on the tape makes it so that the tape, a big piece of tape, needs to move more in order for it to push out. My router is the same shitty switch. Tempted to swap it for a toggle? Yeah. Well, guess what? Guess what Asus did? Toggle switch. They swapped it for a toggle switch. I'm still gonna use that router. I think I can set it up as like a booster upstairs or something for internet, so I actually am able to poop with the internet for once, because I'm not able to do that now very effectively. I can't moderate Discord in the morning while I'm pooping. But for now, I've saved off all the settings on that one. I need to put SMA plugs into this one, so we're gonna start with that. In the background, of course, I've been working on Burn the Subs. We've been talking a little bit about the gonads and strife that I've been going through, trying to 3D print what we designed last time. And I think what we just discussed, you know, getting away from this kind of weird gray color that I have and going towards this other weird gray color that I have, the one that looks a little bit more technologically cool and catches the light nicely. This one looks like a surface that's been coated in something. It looks like when you like go behind the factory and you see all the insulation that's like covering the walls. I kind of like that. I think that's a neat look. It's called space gray, and I'm printing it, I think, a little bit too hot, and I think it picked up a lot of moisture too. So it's got like a rough surface. The Internet of Shit. There's actually a Twitter account called the Internet of Shit, I think. Yeah, the Internet of Shit, and it's just all this like oh wow, it's a smart like headphone that hooks up to your house. It's all the dumb stuff that's made. Yeah, a man has a right to poop with the internet, right? That's a human right. I think I do want to invert all of the attachments here. I think I do want to invert them so that this is the surface that's interior. So we'll work on that. We'll boot up Fusion 360. I gotta close it on the other computer. We'll boot up Fusion 360 and we'll take a look at inverting where everything hooks up, and then I need to make a separate object that's the posts that give it a little bit of standoff and air gap. I had a really good, I've lowered my first layer, and I printed a really good first layer in the clear filaments. Look at this first layer. Now maybe you don't quite appreciate that, but I mean, look at how clear that is. Now the layer that went in right next to it is in the other direction, so that creates a lot of optical interference. If I were to attempt to do like a super clear print out of this, I might be able to. How on earth did you get that so nice? Printing directly on glass. But the problem with PETG and glass is that I picked up a little bit of glass. This is such a big piece with such a high surface area, and it didn't need to be clear. So what I should have done is put down glue stick as an interface material so I didn't pick up pieces of my bed. Because now that I've done that in several locations, I'm not going to get such a good print ever again. I have a piece of glass, like a second piece of glass that I can swap in too. But yeah, this is this turned out all right. A little rough in some spots. This we could swap in and it would work just the way that we designed it. I would like to flip this to the other side though. I think if we do it in space gray and it looks like that, I'll be really happy. Because then, instead of it just being a smooth surface in the back, you'll be able to see some of the details in there between all of the electronics. I mean, the electronics cover most of it, so, but I think that'll be cooler. So yeah, we'll work on that in a little bit. My tilt on my 3D printer is also pissing me off. Look at this. You can see between the ridges over here, and then over here it's great. So my Z tilt, I have two motors on the Z, and the 2 separate motors go to 2 separate drivers, because that's why I didn't use this board in the 3D printer. So they go to 2 separate drivers, so my printer, as part of its startup procedure, before it prints, it does all the bed leveling, and I should put in code to do that 1 in every 10 prints instead of every print, but it does do that bed leveling while it's warming up, so it's not like it has much else to do. But, well, actually, a part of causing the tilt, I discovered that my roller on the hot end was loose, so I tightened it up. I tightened up that hot end roller. That's how I got this print with its utterly fucking clear surface. God damn, that's crazy. Anyway, so I fixed the roller issue, but the problem with the printer is that that 80/20 rail on it is very strong, and it's bolted in very strongly, and I've tried to adjust it. I've tried. It springs back to where it was, so I feel like I need to maybe do something with shims on it. But yeah, I guess I got more this is a 3-hour print, by the way, so I've spent my time yesterday. The printer has a natural angle to it. I just wish it would compensate for that. I mean, it's not like it doesn't test everything with BL Touch. I guess it thinks it's all the same height. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna do space gray. I think I don't need to see what's behind this thing on the wall. So that print needs to be mounted above my printer as an example of what will never be achieved again. Whatever. I could, with this gray, I'm wondering if I could do a glassy clear print. The problem is the laser mount is what I'd want to be clear plastic. We can't achieve that because the laser mount is a vertical print. And so the interface between layers, while I have gotten it to be shiny, will never be clear. Unless I really try hard. Unless I have a lot of flat surfaces that I can sand down completely. All right. Let's work on the router a little bit since we'll end up in Fusion 360 eventually. I have a feeling this glass isn't going to make it to the end of this project. It's just not feeling like it will. Parallelogram. Yeah, I Twisted, back in the day when I got the CR10S originally, I started assembling it, and Twisted Sister got pissed off at me that I didn't even have like a mechanical square. So this is the one that he sent in. I have things that are akin to a square, but nothing like a machinist's square. So he sent this thing in, and I've allowed it to get rusty. So I'm a very bad machine dad. This is it on display, how bad of a machine dad I am. But I probably should have used this a little bit more with the CR10S build. That's very important to do, is to make sure that your right angles are right angles and not something akin to. I don't even know where I was going with that sentence. I wish I could print stuff that was this shiny. Jesus Christ, look at that. Catching the light. I want to be able to print stuff that is this matte and this shiny simultaneously. Unfortunately, this is a mold, but still, that is a hot look right there. I ain't mad at that. Damn. Okay, anyway. All right, so I need to upgrade my internet stuff here. And if you look at this, this would have been great, right? Because Asus, I mean, while Asus did put all of the visual stuff on the front, which I loathe that, because this is going into a rack, and I won't get any status lights from back here. Oh, look at this. Wow. Thanks. Thanks for putting a protecting sheet on that. Jesus Christ. There we go. It's not sacred, chat. I'm putting fingerprints all over it. I don't like that Asus put all the lights here. I guess they expect this thing to sit like on your desk or something. Unsubscribed. I love doing that to you guys. It's one of my favorites. Just violating the Geneva Convention in such ways. All right, so the way that they design this thing is to be open air, and they've got all these wonderful open air things in the back. The circuit board is just simply wedged in by the enclosure sides, and then they have 5G and 2G antennae that are all going into surface mount, surface mount, like, what is it, coax plugs or whatever. I forget exactly what they're called, but that's essentially what they are. You can buy those. You can just buy those. So I just bought a 5-pack. a 4-pack of the SMA connectors that have the crimped RF connector end on the other side. So now what we need to do is pop off these antennae, pop these on, and I can see if we can try to make it clean. I think these antennae plugs are molded in. There maybe is not a great chance that we get these things separate easily. So we're working with surface mount RF plugs, right? These are coaxial, so they have a sheathing around them in order to shield the RF energy so it doesn't get out. These are sometimes kind of insidious to work with. I've worked with a lot of RF before, and I kind of know the tricks of the trade with these things. They have to snap in a particular way. It helps to actually have a pencil with an eraser end on it. For multiple different things that I've done in the past, that's been a useful tool to have, because you can use either end in order to press them in. Yeah, they're very fiddly, but if you do them right, they'll do right by you, essentially. So yeah, let's unplug these 4. I guess they're color-coded, aren't they? Yeah, they're color-coded. That's interesting. 5G, 5G, and... Oh, wait, they're all 4 of them. Wait a minute. They're all 5G. Okay, whatever. Wow, we got all those microchips. All those microchips. So anyway, the way to unplug them is just by tilting them. Just like when I get tilted, I unplug. So we just tilt them just a little bit, and they just pop off. You can see there, that's the RF connection, and then there's shielding around it. They're good plugs. They're easy to work with in surface mount. I've never crimped one before. I don't have the stuff to crimp one, but they are kind of small though. Might need them to be spaced the same in the same order for the voodoo math to work. I don't think so. Maybe. You might be right, actually. You might actually be right. I think you might be right. So it is black, white, blue, gray. BWBG. Boobg. Boobg. Everybody remember Boobg. Black, white, blue, gray. And we'll plug them back in that order, but I don't think the antennae sitting on top of the rack are going to be... Because I have, on top of the rack mount, I've got these things. And then I've got big antennae on them. That would hopefully give good RF performance, but when I walk literally 2 meters from the shop in order to go to poop, I lose all my reception. It's all gone. Get out of here. Get out of here. Damn it. Come here. Stupid plug. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it does anything that advanced. That seems really advanced to me. But then again, I mean, Asus designed this thing to have 4 antennae sitting on top of one another. So perhaps maybe it does something, maybe it doesn't. Not smart enough to know. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Come here. Damn it. The cables are stiff because they're coaxial, and then this plug, I don't think this plug has a really good chance of fitting through there, unfortunately. What the hell? What the hell of it there? Okay, let's see if I can, like, tilt it, maybe, and get it out. It's actually stuck. The post and the stuff under the post. What's up, Isaac? Beam forming? Yeah, I don't know what kind of beans they're forming. I don't know what they eat for lunch over there at Asus HQ. I need more wire to work with. I need more cable to work with. See if I can just move the electronics. It's like fucking... No, I can't, because it's right there. This is shit. This is shit. I don't want to cut it, because I want to be able to, like, if I really fuck up, I want to be able to return this thing. There's like an RF can under this giant heatsink block. I guess they're using the heatsink block as a... they're not using it as a shield. It's just that RF can is... That's weird. In order to get to... For your heat to get to this block, it's got to go through the enclosure, the RF can. Yeah, I know. I'm actually kind of livid. It's a $150 router, and I can't even remove these antennae without having to go into crazy mode. It's dog shit is what it is. Maybe the other end of the antenna doesn't have anything on it. Hold on, let's break one of these off. You can twist them, and then they kind of pop out. Oh, no, it's attached somewhere. Yeah, there's like an insert that it's inserted in. By the way, rubber duck antennas are kind of funny. If you ever take one of these apart, you can learn that the antenna is not the size of the rubber duck. In fact, the rubber duck is just a standard size. These are called rubber ducky antennas because typically they have a big rubber sheath over them. Returning it isn't even an option. No, it's not. We don't do that around here. No, I would much rather have fun modifying it than returning it. I'll take apart an antenna in a minute. I just need to get this SMA plug out of here, and I am 2 seconds away from just fucking cutting this thing. If I remove the screw, will the standoff fall away? Yeah, I need to remove that screw. Okay, we'll remove the screw. Probably Caleb. Stopped by to watch and stayed for the router trash talk. How's it going, probably Caleb? That wouldn't be Caleb from Hackaday, I don't think. Thank you for subbing, though. Thank you for the, you know, throwing money at the dying platform we all know is Twitch. That I used to have faith in. This is fuck. What is going on here? They just, wow, they just really had to go out of their way to make this impossible, didn't they? I just want plugs on the back of this housing. This is it. That's all I'm doing. Now I gotta remove a heatsink. I'll just loosen these, because all I needed to do is move just a tiny bit. We'll just put them right back. Well, let's find out what's under the heatsink. It's probably just going to be a lot of compound, to be honest. Watch this remove a chip. More entertaining than lighting it on fire. Slightly. Only slightly. I'm hoping that the settings that I migrate from one to the other are... What the fuck? Okay, alright. Well, there's one big chip under there, huh? They go directly to the chip. Well, that's interesting. And there's a, that is to get shielding to make sure that you've got good electrical contact between the two. But they have the coil here that's contacting directly and doesn't fit under the can, and then the, whatever is the, probably the RF processing thingy-majig. Yeah, it's a big old Broadcom, I think. Well, actually, let's see what it is. Let's see what it is while we're in here. Brighten that up a little bit. Is it a custom thing? Grandpa, tell us about the days when Twitch was a thing. Hey man, the original reason that I came to Twitch was because I really enjoyed seeing people directly support the artists. Broadcom, RF thingy-majig, SCM, no, BCM? Yeah, Broadcom, BC, yeah. BCM 43.6, blah, 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 blah. Neat. What year is this thing? I don't even know if this is a modern router or not. Anyway, with that removed, I can finally do this. Ta-da! That's all I wanted to do. That's it. Hold on. Making sure to observe whenever I feel something that's like a bug bite. I don't think we have any kind of an infestation, and I think it all is just living rent free in my head. I think that maybe is what's going on. I'm just a little paranoid. Okay, this type of wire organizer is kind of evil because it's like impossible to get the wires out of it. Yeah, this is totally fucking evil. All right, come on, come with me, stupid thing. How does this open up? Yeah, it's literally just in the middle. It's just like, why? Why does it have hooks? You think you have a bug killing machine? What are you talking about? There's another one. Right about there. There's a little tiny white speck right there. I don't know, man. I don't think we got fleas, but I might have fleas. Yes, actually, to be honest. To be honest with you, yes. Because our dog, the breeder, had a flea infestation. A slight one, and our dog got a flea bath before she came over here a couple weeks ago. So I think the chances of it are very low. that we actually have fleas, but I don't want to rule it out. Time to burn it down, yeah. Flamin' Waffen. Burn it all to the ground. I'm trying to get the plug out of this wire thing. I don't know if I'm going to succeed. I don't know if I'm going to succeed in this. If I can get one of them out, I think there will be enough room for the others, but these things are really fighting me. And it's very difficult to get the wire out of the little holder. They go in easy. They don't come out easy. There we go. Got one of them. Pivot. Pivot. Come on. Come with me. There we go. Jesus Christ, that was difficult to do. Okay, so rubber ducky antenna. How did ASUS design this thing? They probably didn't even design it. If I can pop the hinge, then I can remove the internals and we can take a look at what the antenna looks like. But this thing looks like it's fighting. It's really fighting me. Bayer makes a good flea killer that you put on the back of your dog's neck. I'm thinking my cat has fleas, so I need to spend $50 again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's fleas or not. Because where I felt that little whatever it was, the little tickle, I did find there was like a white spot. But then again, we looked at the one on my thumb, and there was clearly a scrape, and then just this, like, I don't know, it was another white speck, but it might have just been skin cells. There's a little white speck right there. You might have fleas. I'm looking at this right here. There's like a little speck. It could just be dry skin, but I don't know. Hold on, we gotta get the microscope on this. We gotta get the microscope on this. Shredded Lurgle. What kind of Britishism weirdness are you? I don't even understand. I don't have time to look it up. Focus on my arm. Might need a focus ring on that if we're getting that close. Right there. I can't keep the scope there. Where was that? That's the top of my arm. Moving on. It's right there. See that little speck right there? What is that? That right there. Is that a flea? Approximate British equivalent of the American playground term cooties. Ah. What is milia? I don't know what that is. Yeah, what is that? What is that little white spot? Is that a flea? I don't think it is, but I've been getting itchy little pinpricks. Wow, that doesn't look like a bug though. Well, fleas are black. Yeah, I don't, hold on, wait a minute. No, not the no, not red hot fucking chili peppers. Yeah, they're a lot larger, aren't they? Oh, God. Okay, so maybe we don't have fleas. Easiest way to spot is when they jump. And those things aren't jumping. Maybe it's just dry skin. It might just be dry skin. I think it's just dry skin. I hope it's just dry skin. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we got anything like that. That or it's mites. God, that would be annoying if I fucking got fleas like weeks and weeks after the dog got here and has been treated and everything. It was like taking apart a lobster. Get all that lobster meat out of your router. It's beard flakes. I don't have dandruff. Never had dandruff. I have really good hair, and I'm moist. I trend towards moist. Well, I guess I'm glad I don't have fleas. The dog is super cute. I don't want to have to go through a flea regimen. There we go. All right, now hopefully, yeah, those aren't going to fight me very much. They don't have to go through any impossible geometries. Look at that capacitor. It's a really weird one. It's like a really tall surface mount capacitor. All right, another antenna. Now we gotta tilt the claw, and then we gotta break it in such a way as it leaves behind all of the delicious router lobster meat. There you go. Okay. Let's put the heatsink back on before I F that part up more. They got 2 screws on this thing in such a weird locale. It's just strange that they have 2 screws that are down here like that. It's like one department communicated with the other that they needed to have a screw there, and so they managed to get one of the posts moved. It should have been these. What the hell kind of routing are they doing on the circuit board that requires, like, why wouldn't they be able to move that one to the other side of the screw hole? Hold on, I'll put these back in. We'll take a look at the circuit board. Yeah, in the power supply project, I'm using polymer, or like, yeah, the polymer layered capacitors. The problem with them is that if you screw up and accidentally stab one with your soldering iron, it's plastic. The soldering iron goes right through it. And so you've got like a $15 mistake right there. They're expensive. They're not cheap. They're made to be super duper duper small. And these aren't, I mean, it's a big capacitor. I need a lot of capacitance on that power supply. So I use the multi-layer polymer capacitors. But man, you can screw up soldering those and then you don't have a capacitor anymore. So yeah, over here is where they have all the RF plugs. We'll stop looking at my skin for a minute. Signature stuff about RF plugs like this is that you typically will have these little filters leading into them, and then you've got something over here, and it looks like this one is in case you need another capacitor on the outset. And they were always planning on having a plug. I don't really think there's like a solder pad there, but they typically will have something in the path. Sometimes that thing in the path is just a 0 ohm resistor. So on some electronics, if you're hunting around for a way to do either the onboard antenna or attach an offboard antenna, they'll often have pads for one of these connectors, and I keep a bunch of these on hand. Pads for the connector, and then they'll have a little tiny either capacitor, or in this case, I mean, it's not brown, so I think it is a resistor, like a little low ohm or 0 ohm resistor that you can just migrate to the other pads, and then it'll reroute your antenna to the antenna connector. There's going to be a little bit of leakage here from the trace here coming out of the can. That's what the can's here for. That's why this thing is surrounded in metal, is because they want to keep all of that wibbly wobbly RF contained until it gets out to the antenna. It looks like there's an alternative. What is this? What's going on here? Some kind of 2 different devices that are able to utilize the antennas? Why would you do this? That's kind of weird. Oh, 2G antenna 1, 2G antenna 0. Yeah. You know, I kind of forget where all of these things plug in. 5G, 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 2G, 2G. I see. So that's the 2G coming in here and speaking. So 5G gets all 4 antenna. 2G gets 2. 2G 2. 2G gets 2. I remember the order of the coloration of the wires going to the antenna. I don't remember what the plugs were. I mean, I guess I could do it by length, but I forget which ones. I know the white wire went all the way down here, and it was black, white, blue, gray. Yeah, the 5G gets all the antennae. Well, also because it's faster and you should use it more. Wow, okay, so this thing is all heatsink. I guess there's a bit of processing that's going on here. I find it interesting that they swapped over to a rocker switch from the push-in, pop-out switch that the previous one has. And I don't even know if the one I have is the previous one. It's just an old router that I bought a long time ago. But yeah, this is the new one, and they've gone over to a rocker switch. I currently have a plastic screw under a piece of tape holding the button in on that. So if the stream goes down, you'll know why. It's because gaffer's tape can move a little bit. But okay, so I've got to connect my antennae to these 4 plugs. I want to get part of this thing taken apart so that you guys can see what a rubber duck antenna looks like. But I'm not allowed to bust open my hand on Twitch trying to get this thing to capitulate. And these don't really want to flex enough for me to get them out. How do they even get them in? How do they do that? How do they... Wait, that seems to be popping out more. Hold on a minute. What the... What? How did... Huh? Typically with something like this, you would have the 2 parts and then you'd bend the plastic, insert this, and you're done. But now that pin is sticking out more. What? Hold on a minute. Can I just grab it? This is wild. This is absolutely wild. That's like a whole extra thing to go through to assemble your antenna. I can't really grab it. It's not long enough yet. Also, I'm ruining the plastic by touching it. Is it just seated differently, or is it something that can be pushed in? I think it's something that can be pushed in. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. I'm using all of my clay working tools. Coderushed! How's it going, Coderushed? Party of 7. How are all 7 of y'all doing today? We're getting sidetracked as usual. I'm working on my router. It's a pin. It's an extra... Why would they do this? Why would they add a pin? Because they wanted it to look cool, and they didn't want to bend the plastic. So they added a pin to the plastic. This is oddly... This is really cheaper than just, like, rubber duckies on SMA connectors. They saved all this money on SMA connectors so they could do weird bullshit like that to construct just their antennas. Thanks, board engineer, for that silk screen. I know, right? They didn't have to do it, but they did. You didn't gotta do that, but you did. Does only one side come off like that? I think both of them probably do. I just don't care enough about this thing. You can work the tool back in there and pop this one out a little bit. I can't believe that there's pins. That's like the opposite of cost saving. Yeah, look at that. It worked the pin from below. That's so weird. Why would you do that? Then that sheath comes off, and then this, there we go. So rubber ducky antenna, they're always lying to you. They're always lying to you. Rubber ducky antennae. It's just like a little fractional piece of metal sticking out of the thing. And then I guess up here you have a choke to adjust it. No, they actually have an actual antenna element on the end. It's an actual antenna element. Although it looks like it's more shielding than anything else. I guess this top piece is connected, and then this is a ground on the bottom. My whole life has been a lie. The rubber duckies that I like taking apart are the ones where you just pop off the rubber sheath, and it's just a piece of coax that's been stripped, and then just a piece of wire on the end. That's it. Yeah, RF voodoo. Because I don't know. I don't know what the performance of a like hollow can is. Tube. Well, thanks for clarifying. I appreciate that this is labeled. Yeah, that's just soldered on. 17? I don't know. Let me get, are calipers on this desk? They're on the other desk. Hold on, let me go get calipers. The router's subtitled. Yes. I wonder what that thing is that's on screen. Oh, it just says tube. This says tube right there. I guess I know what it is. Let me write that down. Calipers. 17 is a quarter 2.4. What's a what are what's the breakdown for 5? Yeah, it ain't 17. We're 11 and a quarter. maybe 12. I could argue 12. All right, so let's see. 5 gigahertz wavelength. And we take a fraction of that. 5, almost 6 centimeters, breaking down into 12. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I have to do this. I have to do this. I'm not good at this. 1.5. I don't know what the breakdown is then. But yeah, I think it's tuned for 5G. But yeah, it's interesting that they have 2 cups. 1 antenna, 2 cups. Let's cut the shit. Let's cut the insulation on this thing. Let's cut the insulation. I wanna look in. I wanna just verify how that thing is connected. I know it's soldered, and it's probably it flexed a little bit, so I think it's just the 2 separate cups are just one's ground and the other one is the antenna. But you know, RF voodoo. We have to face it straight on, otherwise the curse is going to take effect. The RF curse. We have to prove that gypsy wrong. Let's get this new blade. Who dis? Nice and sharp, ready to leave a little tiny piece of metal in whatever I'm trying to cut. That was always my frustration with the standard X-Acto blade too, is that you have a certain blade profile. Now with scalpels, you can get all kinds of different blade profiles, and I think X-Acto has all kinds of different blade profiles now too. But I mean, the main reason that I use scalpel blades is that as you're cutting stuff that has sort of like features, if you're turning and twisting and stuff, this will just work loose, and then your blade will drop off or not be effective. So the wonderful thing about going to a scalpel is that it just clips on and it's strong. But then with the blade profile of the typical X-Acto knife, and this is very close to that, the very tip is, while hardened, it's very weak. So you will be cutting like PCB and it'll just pop and that little tip will be left in there. I don't like it, is what I'm trying to say. Old man yells at knife. All right, carefully now. He's a hero. Ow! This fucking poked the shit out of my own finger. Maybe that's why I have all these little weird itchy spots, is that I keep injuring myself. It didn't go in. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a deep cut. The people with the first badge, Melbell, showed up for a bill a second, which I appreciate. Some remember that original Rabaz raid where I taped an X-Acto knife to the top of a chat-controlled tank, and they tried to stab me. They tried to stab me, and they were not successful because the tank didn't have enough inertia for it to be effective. The work surface is so smooth, and the little rubber treads were so loose that it didn't have any effect. They did, but it didn't do anything. Like, it just kind of bumped into me. And that was by design. That was all by design. Is this... What the fuck? What? Wait, what? What is... Huh? Weren't successful because Twitch banned before I got started. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, like a mini cantenna, like a Pringles can. What is... I mean, this doesn't look soldered. I guess maybe it is. Because it looks like maybe it was put into like a cup and filled with solder. Yeah, this is the antenna on the Asus router that I just bought. We don't have SMA plugs on it, and so I'm removing the SMA plugs and I want to put on my own plugs on it. It's just a quick thing at the beginning of stream. So I want to do a continuity on that. That's really weird. It's just the curious stuff that you find when you take stuff apart. You know, it'll enhance our understanding of RF too. RF2. Yeah, they made a sequel to RF. Pretty cool. Ohms. And then I'll just go from can to can. Toucan? Toucan Sam. Yeah, that does make a connection. So that's really weird. So I guess what they did is they stripped out the, because it's a different plastic, so that would be the inside piece. It's coaxial, right? So there's shielding on this cable. So the outside is ground, and then there's a clear, like, what do you call that? Radome? I don't know. Whatever that center is, the coaxial, the goo, the delicious creamy filling of the coaxial cable, sticking up here, so that the end is soldered up here, and then the jacket is soldered down here. And I guess that's just creating a particular kind of antenna that they like. Do not try to understand antenna magic. All antenna designs are black magic. It's probably a reflector, but that doesn't make any sense if it's not grounded. It is grounded, so otherwise, yes, it would just be kind of like a cone reflector. I mean, that's the efficacy of the Pringles can is due to the fact that it's focusing the RF energy. Can we find any information about this? Cup and antenna. I don't know how to spell. I never learned how to use language effectively, or spell, or read, or do any of that stuff. I learned how to stream, and that's what I do. These are circuit board antennae. When you get into the weeds with antennas, it's interesting the stuff that you can design on circuit boards. You'll find it in like really nice high-speed stuff. You can find like resistors and capacitor equivalents that are just PCB shapes. It's very interesting stuff. Teardown of the mini PC. This is a teardown of the router that I bought. The stupid Asus router that I bought that doesn't have plugs on it. We're putting plugs on it, but while we're here, we might as well just kind of like peruse some of the stuff that it features. And what it features is a weird antenna. It's got a weird antenna on the end of the thing there, which has just 2 cups on it. So one antenna has 2 cups. Why is everybody giggling? And then I don't fucking know. I'm not finding a whole hell of a lot pertaining to this specific type of antenna. I just wanted to see what it does. And I get, you know, it's just like a typical like antenna. I mean, rubber ducky, which I love taking apart because it shocks people what's under them. They just people don't realize what's under the rubber duck. I guess a rubber duck antenna is probably what I want to look up. Because yeah, you'll have some fancy looking antenna like this, and then when you take it off, all that's underneath is just a little bit of exposed coax, and that's it. Yes, thank you for spelling out exactly what I was just. I mean, you guys, I'm so glad you're all so literal. Totally not ruining the joke at all by stating it blatantly. Anyway, yeah, I guess it is just a dipole antenna. I'm slow. I was proud I got it. All right, well, I'm glad you're having fun. Yeah, I guess it is. It's just like a weird, it's just weird to find like a can, you know? Fine copper dipole. Yeah. This is what's typically under a rubber ducky. Here it is. That's what I was trying to show. There is just like a ground element crimped, and then you just have an exposed center part of the coaxial cable. This is what you typically find in a rubber ducky. What we found is 2 cups, and I guess that enhances performance in some way. I don't know. Because, like, we're talking about, like, how they're designing the antenna on this thing, right? We're talking about a product. And that product, I would typically assume, does the cheapest thing that it possibly can. In fact, they omitted these little metal SMA connectors. So they didn't have to include these things, these little SMA, you know, panel mount SMA connectors. They have to go through the trouble of buying those. But then they do something like this, and I just get confused. Like, they do all of this extra effort to make a particular type of antenna, and then, in order to hold the damn thing together, they use plastic pins instead of just bending the end of this thing and making it clip on. I'm lost. I am lost. That is, it's so weird. I guess maybe in bulk, in bulk doing the plastic shenanigans versus buying a bunch of SMA connectors, maybe that just cuts costs a little more effectively. I don't know. It's very confusing. I'm very confused. Chat, I'm extremely confused. I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. I don't trust anything. And I have a weird kind of bitter taste in my mouth. Perhaps from all the radiation. Does this go? Oh yeah, it goes this way. It goes the other way. There's two little plastic tabs that this thing fits into. Yeah, I don't know. I would not quote you on that because I don't think so. I think maybe the cup is just shaping the energy that comes out of it a little bit more effectively. Or, here's another one. The cup is more of a controllable length, perhaps. I mean, it seems weird. Why wouldn't you just want to expose a wire on the end? But did you see a flash of blue light and are you tasting pennies? No. It's a bitter flavor. That's what was reported from the Demon Core, which is directly what I was referencing. Once again, chat makes the joke that I was making, only more. What direction does this thing go in? Oh, let's look at an example. If only I had 3 other examples of this thing. All right, so the little pin goes at the back of this. I don't want to entirely, leave my... I want to be able to reverse this maybe someday, or maybe I'll just throw these out once we finish. It's actually subspace. I'm waiting for us to invent subspace, the go-to communication solution in Star Trek. There's a lot of little hand-wavy things that they utilize in the narrative of Star Trek. But I mean, we invented cell phones because of Star Trek, so where's my subspace, goddammit? I need to be able to describe everything as a subspace anomaly. I didn't realize that's what you were alluding to. I need to unsubtle my jokes. You know what unsuttles your joke? I need to unsubtle my jokes. Beam forming. Yeah, that's what TurboNAD was. If you can confirm that, that's what TurboNAD was referencing earlier, is that the antennae being in a particular location can do something called beam forming. So I got to be careful about that. I may need to rearrange the antennae on the top of the rack and then get these in the right order. This is a pain in my ass, isn't it? Well, at least we have these to reference. We know the lengths of the 4 of these, so clearly... I mean, white was the one that was plugged in at the very bottom. Then what was the order from there? Maybe I have to go to the VOD to figure out what order these are plugged in, so I know which one is where. I don't know the order. I know the order on the back of the enclosure. That was dumb. I should have looked a little harder. Yeah, maybe it can figure it out. Maybe it beam forms without knowledge of what the... Yeah, why would it need to know where the antennae are? It should be able to just beam form on its own, It doesn't deal with our 6 senses. It has its own. Well, it has its own 1 sense, which I guess would be RF. Well, there's two elements in 5x5, so clarity and reception. We got our own guy to calculate how to place the antennae on access points at the university. That's all he does, is optimize that. That sounds about right. I mean, you can run Maxwell equations until you are literally blue in the face. Those equations are annoying. We're gonna have to cut these. Son of a bitch. We're gonna have to cut these because these are, yeah, this is gonna be, we are delving into the realm of permanent modification, unfortunately. Unless we design a collar that I can 3D print that would go on the back of this, and then I can put the... Well, let's do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that, because again, I'm trying not to modify any of the plastic of this thing. So... It knows which one to hit first on the receiving and can boost the signal direction by sending it... Oh, by sending on them in order. Oh, weird. That's crazy. So in the milliseconds, it starts wibbling the voltage levels. It knows how the voltage levels will get to the next one because it senses it, and then it can time that in order to I guess, boosts the signal by doubling over it. It seems a little crazy. I don't know about that. I think it works by using bias, just like the microphone array, beamforming by biasing the mics, it changes the lobes of the pickup profile. Bruh. 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 That's like the thing about antennas and antenna theory and RF is that while it is dark evil magic, there are experts in this dark evil magic, and they are so good at it that they will do things like that casually and just blow your freaking mind. Hey, yeah, we figured out how to switch on and off our array in such a way as to focus the energy in a particular location. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's crazy. It's crazy go nuts. Crazy go nuts. If you ever meet an RF engineer, just don't scare them in any way. Just back away. Keep your arms at your sides. Just back away and don't make any sudden movements. Their vision relies on movement. You could hopefully safely remove yourself from that situation. But man, face to face with an RF engineer. Ugh. Okay, how are we going to do this? How in the hell? Okay, so this mounts on the front, so the thickness of this piece is not totally suspect. I don't need this extra mounting hardware because we're mounting it to plastic. I don't actually need this interface. This interface would ensure, I mean, at least one of them, the spring collar would ensure that when you screw in another element, it's not going to unscrew this thing. I don't know how far we need this to stick out, but these are going to probably just casually, yeah, they're just going to fall right through it. Okay, all right. I might need a little bit of hardware to make this happen. Actually, this isn't going to stick through enough. That's the problem. I don't want to make a whole element for this thing, you know? All this modification just so that I can run some fucking... yeah, hot glue is actually not a bad idea here. Hot glue. Yeah, this will just fall through without anything else on here. So, I could make something that falls into that slot that this thing mounts to, but then it could be casually pulled away, and that's unfortunate. Broken so many of the small ones just trying to connect them to the board. I have special things for that sort of thing. If you're doing a lot of work with the SMA, it might behoove you. These are actually a little bit expensive, but if you get the knockoff one, it's a lot cheaper. Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's actually in the drawers over there. Hold on. It's in my drawers. Let me get it out of my drawers. Just hot glue it. It's not fun. Where's the fun? We're here for fun. I want to just casually design a new... Hey, come here. Ah! Stupid thing. Give me this stupid frickin' drawers caught on it. You really gonna do me like that? Jeez. Where did the other SMA wrench go? What did I do with it? What did I do with it? I have a special SMA wrench. A small wrench, if you will. I don't know where the other one went. There's one in the particular size for these SMA connectors that's very good at what it does if you have to plug in a lot of SMA connectors. I'll show the other one. Here's the other one that I have. These are from Agilent. And what they do is they have a big spring in the handle and a ball bearing on the end. And so what you're able to do with the adjustment down here, now these have been calibrated particularly for the amount of pressure that a connector of this size will need in order to connect fully, but you tighten them up and then bada bing, your whole entire wrench cams over and tells you that you are at the appropriate amount of torque. So if you are doing a lot of RF connection and disconnection, I had a friend that was, these things are great. Now, if you have to loosen it and this thing keeps camming out, you're kind of shit out of luck. But presumably, you have not tightened it too much because you use this thing in order to get the precise 0.9 Newton meters. Now, the Agilent ones are ridiculously expensive. There are obviously rip-offs that are available on the internet. But yeah, if you're doing a lot of SMA work, this thing's great. Now, the PCB level ones, those are just infinitely frustrating, and there isn't much you can do about them. You just need to learn how to work with them. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do here because I've got... I mean, if I can find maybe like a washer that's much larger, but that's not really going to help me because the whole plug can just work its way through. Now, there is a flat spot on this, so technically you should have a D-shaped like opening. But if I... everything blue tack this, blue tack that. I swear. Snap-on probably makes a digital one for $800. Yeah, that's Snap-on for you. What am I going to do about that? I mean, I can 3D print a thing. I need to have this stick out almost all the way. I could just casually drill another hole. No, there's no hope for that. I mean, if I really want to... I'm having bad ideas, chat. I'm having very bad ideas. I'm having a very bad idea. No, I don't want them going directly out of the top, because I want this to plug into... this to live in the rack, basically. There's kind of enough room up here. If I can get the drill to drill straight through that. Oh, wait a minute. No, that might work. Maybe just a little bit. It's probably a really bad idea. That's probably a really bad idea. These are RPSMA because the engineers that designed these antennas decided that back in the day, people were plugging these in wrong and bending the little pin on the antenna, so they moved the pin to the other side and solved that problem forever, which means that every now and then you're trying to plug in a plug and it just ruins whatever you're trying to plug it into. Let me see what kind of RF connectors I have. I have a whole thing of RF connectors that you guys never get to see because we don't do a lot of stuff with RF on stream. We occasionally do something with RF, and I've got this big supply of connectors here. This big supply of SMA-related stuff. Oh, and a mercury switch, too. Neat. Lots of neat stuff. I wish I could use this. That thing is just a cool panel. It's just surrounded by bolts. Little right angle SMA connector. But it's not an RP, it's a regular SMA. You just casually bolt it onto the top of this thing. No. Yeah, you get random ones from the sellers. That's the problem with this bin, is a lot of this stuff is SMA and not RPSMA. I got these that have 4 bolts that you can put on them. These are also regular SMA. These aren't reverse polarity. Those would be a lot easier. I could just wang jangle this thing flat and then put 4 bolts into it. I really want to do that, though. These are more special than that. I have 4 of them. Oh, I have more than 4 of them. Good. I have more than 4 of them. I could do that if I really feel like it, but I kind of don't want to. I kind of don't want to do that. These ones, too. These little bolt-on right-angle ones. That just have like a tube. There's just like a tube sticking out. Or maybe we're not close enough. We're not close enough to appreciate this stuff. Like, I don't know. They're cute and all. I don't think they're particularly useful, I guess. I got a lot of these. Maybe I could use this. I don't know. Hold on. Wait a minute. Well, these aren't reverse polarity. That's the only problem with them. If these were RP, if we were ERPing this, we could probably use these, but I guess not. I'd have to find screws for them, too. I got a lot of them, though. Oh yeah, this thing. I think this is a GPS module. This is GPS antenna. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Look at that antenna. That's a weird looking antenna. Very strange. Weird looking like satellite antenna. I don't know if this is designed to speak with a friggin' satellite. Saranite? Sarantel. Sarantel. What the f... Okay, you go away. I don't want to see you anymore. You're scaring me. You're scaring chat. Yeah, they desperately made a Star Trek play to try to solve that one by reversing the polarity. You're right. You're absolutely right. What is all this crap? Hold on. What is this crap? Why is this in its own thing? What is the purpose? A bunch of like pins and stuff. All right, that you don't get to have your own thing. You don't dump out into there. Weird. I'm keeping this around in case I want to like build something with some kind of a crazy RF chip. Mini circuits are very expensive though. Stubbs antenna that's on DJI goggles. Yeah, kinda, yeah. That shape is interesting. I built those by hand before. Those omnidirectional kind of things. They're fun to build. You get a bunch of wire and you kind of like bend it just right. All right, I don't know if I have any solutions here. I don't know if I have any solutions. I was hoping for like some kind of a like a bulkhead. Yeah, see, kind of like this, kind of. This is a long bulkhead. This is a nice, easy to use one. This would be what I could throw into here with washers on it, I guess. Washers on either end, but I don't know. We don't really have that available to us. And then these are also very tempting. I would flatten the plastic, probably with the blade. Flatten the plastic, and then... What in the world? I guess this one has an attachment there. I wonder if this is RP. What kind of RP are we getting into? I have a couple of these. I mean, if I could work with that. I think that's the solder point, though. That hole in the side? What is that? One sec. I gotta get my mouse here. Oh, no, I clicked on a thing. I clicked on a thing, and now this window's up front. It goes away. Go away, window. Okay. All right. Blast out everybody's eyes. And then get this in there. All right. There we are. Focus in on it. What kind of connector are you? Why is there just plastic over that? That's, I guess, how it's built. But then that don't look like no solder cup. I think what you do is you insert the wire, right? You strip the wire, and then you have your actual like antenna connector coming out of the front of this thing. And then I think it comes out of the front here, and you solder a pin onto it. But then you'd have to retract it in order to get that pin to stay. You have to pull back on this, and maybe there's like a collar that goes over the back. But I don't know if I have any of those pins. Certainly don't see them immediately. Maybe these included them. Yeah, see, there's one of the pins. Ah! But that's from the wrong end. That's a long pin. That goes in from the back of the connector, and it goes all the way to the front. That's not what that is. Yeah, or this maybe a special crimp. You're right. You're right. The ones that I typically have are just solder cups. So those you don't really need to worry about as much. Each day that goes by, the chances increase that I forget what I ordered. Yeah, that's true. That's the problem with AliExpress. Also, maybe the blessing of AliExpress. See, these just have solder cups. That's much easier to work with. So I don't know. I don't have all the specialty stuff that I think I need to redo the antenna connector in the way that I want. If I can find enough big washers, I guess I could just throw washers on the thing. I could also print washers, which may be what I end up doing. Is just printing a piece of oh wait. So if I 3D print a little piece of plastic that fits inside of that thing, I don't have a lot. Damn it! Stupid freaking Go away. All right, so an insert that looks like this. I don't know if I'll be able to give it exactly that, you know, the lip and the spring. I don't think I'll be able to do. But if I can do... Wait a minute. The wheels are turning, chat. The wheels are turning. This won't fit in there. Yeah. The wheels have stopped turning. The hamster is dead. If I throw a bunch of hot glue in that, I can just glue these onto the ends. Or if I throw epoxy in there, it'll probably be a little bit better. And then I'll just have... I mean, I'll have to ruin all the antennas in order to do that. So why do that when I could just print out like a surround? But if I do the plastic surround, I can make it bolt all the way up at the end, and that would be like right there. The plastic piece would just barely go in there, and then I wouldn't have enough plug to put the other end of the SMA in. Because I need that much. I have this much to work with. There was the one that I took the thing off of. I guess I could make it like press fit, but then screwing in and unscrewing SMA might do stuff to it. Yeah, I've got big antennae, and I cannot lie, that sit on top of the rack. That would technically that would be far enough out. That would be far enough out. Okay, so what I can do is just make a plastic insert that holds this. It'll still be able to pop off, I think, accidentally. I mean, that's like right up against it. So actually, if I design it around that, we can have the bolt piece on the very end, and that'll help hold it in place, even though it can still slip through. So it'll be like that. And then I'll have that much sticking out. Yeah, I need to be sunken in a little bit, but actually that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Do I have room for a bolt on that? Oh yeah, okay. All right. All right, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. So I've got a little tiny bit of wiggle room with this, not much. I think what I can do is build a washer, and then this thing will bolt to that washer, and then that'll hold it in place. Okay, so we have an idea. I need Fusion 360 now, and it's open on the other computer. So let me just go close it, and then we'll open it on this computer. And then I'll be able to design a little collar, and we'll see if we can print them out. Let me get out of this drawing. And with Burn the Subs, what I need to do is invert where that lattice is, our fake support structure. I'll put it on the other side of the plastic so it's visible, and that'll look cool. A lot of the design decisions on Burn the Subs 3 are primarily relying on what looks cool. And what looks cool is pumping water throughout my entire design. All right, let's get this stuff out of my mouse way. And I'm going to need this. Well, actually, I'm going to need all three of these parts here. This became an antenna stream just because I need to resolve this problem, because my stream will go down if tape. Right now, my stream is reliant on a small piece of gaffer's tape. And if that piece of gaffer's tape fails, my internet goes down, my stream goes down, and I die. So that's why we're working on this. This takes priority. Getting my new router situated. My new router that has a toggle switch instead of a push in, pop out kind of dealie. All right. Yoink. And then foos. To open up Fusion. It's opening on the other monitor. Okay, fine. Let's go with this then. Jeez. That and that. And what happened over here? You were selected to test an early version of Guest Star before it's available to all creators. Guest Star? What? Guest Star invites your guests backstage and preps them to join your live stream. Huh? I don't do that. I don't do anything like that. I'm not fucking around with that. Are you kidding me? I don't do guest stars here. Maybe other streamers would find it useful. I don't. Invite them backstage. He left me a hotel key. I don't know what that means. What do I do? I want to be prepped by ew. 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 Gross. All right, so let's go to ugh. Why are you slow? Why are you slow? Let's go to admin projects. Admin is where I just put my weird stuff. Misc small stuff, and then we'll make a new thing. So I made an LED cover for the generator so that it didn't have such a bright light on it. But yeah, new project. Who dis? So let's save this as ASUS RF, ASUS SMA adapter. We're going to be working with circles. Dremel, yeah, no. Make plastic that holds the 4 internal connectors in Dremel. I would need to find wider washers. I'd need to find wider washers because that hole is almost exactly the size of the end of the SMA connector that I bought. Now, the SMA connectors that I bought were super cheap. And I'd like to avoid modifying as much as I can. Even though we've kind of gotten into that, I still have 4 perfectly fine antennas, and I've strayed away from going into the realm of modifications. I'd like to stray away from it. It's not a requirement, but if I am going to ruin a router, I might as well. I mean, if I really wanted to like super modify this thing, I could literally just put like the circuit board in like a different housing and just have the SMA connectors at the back of it. I don't need the plastic around this for it to work, but I'd like it. So there's a serial connector on the side of this thing. What's that about? Look at that. Here. Look at this. This right here, a little 4-pin header has ground, TX, RX, and VCC on it. I wonder what that's about. Hook up an Arduino to it and see if we can get it like a terminal communicating over TX and RX. That's a little weird, huh? I wonder what that's about. Anyway, moving on. Moving on, what do we need? We need like a weird shaped sort of adapter. Ah, wrong camera. Okay. So we're going to be mostly working in circles. So here's our initial drawing just on the plane here. Now I could find an SMA plug and import it. Oh, there goes another beard here. And import it into this drawing. That would be one way to do this, but maybe we don't need to do that. All right, so I'll just measure this stuff. It's faster for me to measure than to look it up. Where are my calipers? Actually, now it's not, because I had to go find my calipers. Ah! Give me this back. Freaking giant magnet on my multimeter. Caught it. Bench testing, internal console, probably running on a Linux. There's a lot of probablys in what you just said. All right, so we are 6 millimeters would give me a tight fit. So I'm going to do 6 on that. That is our initial SMA connector. Then we have a flat spot on that connector. So how does that even work? I don't know what we measure that off of. We can just take a width here. So with the flat spot, we got 5 3/4, so 5.75 millimeters. So at what distance? Well, it's 3 to get to the middle. So we have 2.75 up from the middle. And then I got to draw out from that. That's a weird way to do that. I guess this is my best bet. I mean, really, it would be like a construction line. This is like overly complicated. There's got to be a better way to do that. Maybe there isn't. Just do like, I would love to do a square, but then I need something on the left-hand side of it. It's a weird thing. I don't think there's any elements that I could potentially use there. I could draw just a line out here and then make the offset and the square. Or I could do, wait, I could do this. From here, it is, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can just do it from that geometry. So 3 to get to the center, and it's 5.75. So it's really 2.75. And then I could just make a solid line. We could do it to there. It's just there's kind of a weird geometry there, but whatever. Could I have done like a center square? No. There's no math involved. It was literally subtraction. I don't like that being a I don't know. I'm debating on how I want to do this, because I could draw a line over top of that thing now. That's a non-construction line, but it just seems a little clunky to do it that way. Whatever. So that's going to hold our SMA connector, and it's going to hold it steady. We don't really have any other geometry other than that. Well, now we need to figure out what it bolts to, or what it's going to press fit onto, really, is what I'm trying to say. And the washers might be able to make that bolt actually press onto this thing, which would be nice, because then it would be held in place. So what we have is another circle radius. So the other circle radius is 8.5, a little bit over that. I'm getting like I'm getting vibes of like 8.7 on this thing. It's actually a little wider than the calipers are letting on to. Hold on. Actually, wait, I can measure these, the antennae. Let me measure the antennae. Antennae 9.25. It's almost 10, but I'm not going to give it 10. We'll do 9.5, and then that'll press fit in. So I want there to be pressure on the plastic. So 9.5. 9.5. I'm still in construction mode. I can just hit X on that. So there is the thing that will fit into this hole. We can give it depth. I would love to be able to give it some of the weird geometries that we have to deal with here, which would mean that I've got the bed of the printer on the opposite side. I think I can still make that work. Yeah. So what's the radius of the outer thing? The radius of the outer thing is, because I'll make it just be that wide, 12.72. Who is this? Does this make more sense in inches? Yeah, half an inch. Yeah, everything. Oh god, this thing was designed by Americans. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, 12.75 is what we're gonna give it. We're gonna make it metric whether it wants to or not. You know, you have to figure, like, they're doing it in English just to irritate people. I think that has to be the decision there, because why would you ever engineer something outside of metric? Why would you do that? Like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. The only reason we still use inch standard on circuit boards is because that's what all the pins and stuff are doing. Even that, we're getting away from that, because surface mount technology came about when people had their heads screwed on straight, and they figured, let's use metric. But generally, when you're dealing with like older electronics, and like even slightly older electronics, human solderable electronics, you're dealing with inches, which is so irritating. It's so irritating. There's no reason why anybody would do anything other than metric in the engineering realm, other than just to piss people off, which I respect. I respect that. However, I am now one of those people that is pissed off. All right, so we got a couple more geometries on this thing. There's like a pin that we can basically, it's like a half circle around the pin, isn't it? We don't have to do a half circle for the pin. We can just give that its own size. So that would be 1.69. It's going to be 0.1, isn't it? I'm going to go to inch, and then I'm going to get angry. So I press on the caliper button, and we go to inch, and then I measure this thing, and it's 0.075. 3/4 of a fraction of an, yeah, all right. Freaking assholes, all of them. I'm gonna give it 2 millimeter. So there's a 2 millimeter bump at the bottom of this. So we will do, how do I want to make it? I mean, I want to respect the offsets and stuff, but I don't really need, all I need is like a 2 millimeter like square piece down here. I mean, I could do 1 millimeter off of either side of this. It just gets kind of annoying when you have to design stuff that way. What'll I do? What will I do? What could possibly occur? I could do a construction line down here. Let's do that. So I'll do a construction line that we'll do center line. Center line down, center line up. Everything's on this freaking center line. That doesn't really make any sense, does it? I know, even if the object I'm using as a reference is designed in Imperial, I will still use metric. Me too. It just, I mean, you know, it's just polite at this point. There's no reason that you should be designing things in English. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to make just the 2 lines that define the little bump at the bottom. And without over busying my drawing, and so that I can have a nice set of lines here that I can extrude around. That's sort of my debate right now. That's my master debate. Let's see. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'll just do what I did over here, which is come out at a point here that's not being highlighted. Yeah, that's why I wanted the center lines. Okay. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just going to need one that goes straight down. Oh. Nope. Control Z. One that goes straight down, one that goes straight up. Now tell me. And then we'll come 2 millimeters out from this. Oops. Well, we only need to go 1 actually. So 1 millimeter out from that because it's a 2 millimeter opening, and then I can change that if I need to. Although this will then come. Yeah, there's unfortunately there aren't like we don't have any other variety of center square other than the one that expands all around that center. So I mean, while I could do center square, I could do that and make that the dimensions and then snap it to there. You know what? That's probably what I should do. Yeah, fuck the center lines. Go away. Get out of here. Okay. We'll just do a center square, and it's just going to have all this geometry that we don't need. Oh, right. I can't snap to that. Damn it. Freaking fine. Well, we could do the 1 center line there, and then I'll just do a center square there and there, and we'll make that width 2, because I anticipate having to come back and gap this even more. I have a feeling that I'm not going to get it right on the first try, so I am going to leave myself the ability to make this 5 millimeters if I want to. Yeah, and it'll keep all of the right snap points, and so it'll define the filled solid that I need to extrude around. So then up here, we have like a hood on the whole thing, and that's to keep you from twisting your ASUS router antennas more than they were meant to. And I guess that sort of keeps their internal cable from getting twisted, from spinning around itself like the rubber band on a balsa wood airplane. So that hood has a height of, oh my God, 4.5-ish, which it's going to come out to an even number in Imperial. 0.1765? I don't know. That probably comes out to some ungodly fucking fraction. I'm going to give that a 4.5 on its height, which puts it, well, hold on, 4.5 from the top. What can I do? I can do 4.5 from the top. Yeah, I guess I'll do what we did over there. How does that, wait a minute. How did that snap there? Oh, look at that. Okay. So from the top, it's 4.5. Our radius is 12.75. Ugh, my brain hurts. And then we don't have an ability to snap up here for some reason. Oh, there's the snap. There's the double snap. All right. But the problem with that is that it's in the middle there. So that would be, I mean, I can reference this like an equation if I want to. If I want this to always have exactly the mathematical stuff going on, but I'd like to avoid that just because my brain is going to turn into soup. My brain will gelatinize and I'll lose it. I'll lose it down a storm drain like I did last time. So 12.75, we'll just, okay, I'll just put it in. I'll just put it in. So that's 12.75 minus 4.5. That didn't work at all. Oh, wait, 12.75 over 2. And then parentheses because I don't trust order of operations after spending more than 5 minutes on Reddit. Because nobody knows what they're doing. That is a, that's going to be big. Okay, we'll put that there. At a nice right angle, I think. Yeah. And then that's a construction line. And then all I need is a solid line coming off of it. We'll keep it construction and just move it across like that. And then I will add solid lines here to here. And here to, oh wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. And this one from here to here. Now the problem that this introduces is if I'm printing with this thing on the bed, how do I do those geometries? Let's just build what I guess kind of looks like the part, and then I will worry about 3D printing it later. So the part that I have in my head, the part that I should have said out loud, it was a quiet part. How much depth is there here from here to there? I'm gonna measure that. What is that? The thickness of the plastic of the thingy. Probably using my fingernail is a bad idea, but that's what I'm doing. 4 millimeters. So here, let me get the camera on the thing that I'm talking about. We are fitting a part into there. And this, where's the SMA plug that I was using? Oh, great, it's under everything. Oh my God. So that's this. And then we have the old antenna connector. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, cool. So 4 millimeter depth on that. So we need this thing right here. I need to extrude this part with the D part in it. And our initial thing is 4 millimeters, like that. Nope, we want that sketch back. I want that sketch back. Get that there. Okay, so that would be to get from one side. Oh wait, yeah, okay. There's that. Is that really 4 millimeters? It seems like a lot. Hold on a sec. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna measure this thing again, just so I make sure that I got all the proper stuff. All my stuff sorted out. I'm getting 3.17 there. I need a flat thing. Use the handle of the scalpel. So this is where I'm going to cut myself accidentally. Do the handle of the scalpel, and then use the caliper depth tool, which is the other end of the calipers, basically. Make sure that everything is solid, and then down it goes until it stops. That 3.98. Yeah, so it is 4. It is 4 millimeters deep. That's our initial piece. So the SMA plug is going to mount to the end of that. The next piece is whatever interfaces with that hood, and we only have a certain amount of depth that we can actually honor on that because we need the other end of the SMA connector to plug into this thing. Now, really, importing an SMA plug probably would have been a good idea at the start of this, but oh well. Oh well, oh well, oh well, LOL, oh LOL, oh lol. I could have something stick up on that too if I needed to. Well, I've only got so much Yeah, so after that 4 millimeter, we have very little depth. Oops, calipers aren't even on. Oh boy, it's like 3 millimeters for the rest of it, I think. 2.6. Yeah, 3 is going to be pushing it, I guess. I'm getting 2.6 for where this hits. So 2.6, let's just make it 2.5 then. Return from the shop with a new roll of PLA. Oh, there you go. Heck yeah. What are you going to do with all that PLA? Sounds like a lot of responsibility. So I'm extruding this. We're going to be up against the pin. And the pin has a height of... I just want to avoid the pin, so I need to know the height before I avoid it. The pin is almost... If I do 1 millimeter on that, that'll be fine. I guess I'll start by just extruding that with everything else, because I'm doing this, and there. Not that. And I'm going up from the object here, and I'm going 2 millimeters. We'll do 2 millimeters instead of, you know, much less than that. And then that, yeah, 2 millimeters from there. And then this, I need to cut the start object here 1 millimeter. That is the collar that will fit in and allow the SMA plug to bolt to it. And then that will hopefully have enough, wait a minute, that doesn't have enough room for the fastening hardware. And now if the SMA plug goes into that, there's nothing holding it in really, unless the SMA plug fits so snug that it's not going to go anywhere. And maybe that's what we rely on in order to hold this thing together. So it's a little bit shaky of a mount, to be honest. But I mean, it should hold to the back end of the SMA connector through that, and then it'll press fit on the front. So that actually might hold it all together. Now I could make that, I don't know, I could maybe round this out and make it so that a bolt fits there without having this lip. No, because that won't do anything. How's that going to work? What's the height of the bolt, or the nut that's going to hold this thing in place? Height of the nut, if I use it, almost 2 millimeters. So that basically, yeah, I can't do that. I can't have the nut on there. Unless I just make the 2 wings and then cut this, because it's like, it would be, yeah. Nothing is what there would just be nothing. I could maybe eke like 1 millimeter out of the thing, but that's not really going to work. So if we do this, I mean, it's obviously going to print from this surface here up. That should be pretty good though, because the SMA connector won't be able to twist. Hopefully this thing will press fit onto the SMA connector, and then the interface is between this and the nut on the SMA connector, the little bit of it that sticks through. And if I need to, I can find maybe a washer to go on that. There is no screwing it in though, because of that D-shaped plug. So it's all press fit, which means if I mess up properly, it's gonna push the whole thing in. It'll push the whole thing. No, it won't. Yeah, it'll push the SMA connector in, and then I won't be able to get it back. But when I screw something onto it, it should hopefully hold everything together. I guess. I don't know. All right, well, that's the part. Let me see. I have my slicer, I think, is on this computer. So I think it's on the desktop. Yeah, super slicer right there. Run that. Hello, super slicer. It has been a little bit. I don't know what we did with the settings on this one, too. I hope they're still good. All right, well, we'll trust whatever the hell I've got going on over here. And I will take this body, body 1, SM adapter. Add pattern. Save as mesh. Save it. temp prints on the desktop. Open a folder. Go to the desktop again. And temp prints is what I'm looking for. And we will take SM adapter, drag and drop. There it is. Look at this little guy. I guess it'll be in whatever plastic is on the printer right now. So this the translucent plastics are not amazingly good in terms of like their strength, but it'll be okay. So add instance. I'm gonna print no, set number of instances. Let's print 6 of these things. I only need 4, but I mean, it's gonna take like 1 minute for this thing to finish printing. And I need enough chances that it'll turn out right. And I need the printer to F off and allow the plastic to cool for a moment while it's printing. So slice that. It says 10 minutes to print. So we will send that over. I assume that my printer's on. Let's check in on it. Let's check in on the printer before I send that over and start the print. Wow, that's like art. Okay. Octoprint, Octopi local. Damn it. Why? Why would I password protect my printer? So stupid. They made me do it. Because of security. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Is the printer on? I will check by going into my clipper. And I've got all these little macros that I've programmed for. BL touch down. Lost communication with MCU. I got to turn on the printer now. So let me go to this camera. Better go catch it. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, why they make me set up a password? It's like my printer. It's just like this. I don't have hackers trying to like get to my printer. If I did, that would be really fun and exciting. Oh my god, these hackers got into my printer again. That'd be really cool. Apologies for the earthquake. I didn't expect a 3D print, so I gotta retool and move the camera to places where it doesn't belong. All right, camera moved. I need to go into the camera settings and set it up for 3D printing. There's not a lot of light over there. Not a lot of light over there. So properties on that one, then configure video on that one, and then we can turn all of this stuff up a little bit. Huh, why isn't that at 4,300? That's a little odd. My gain doing okay? My gain, is it safe? Exposure, turn that down to ridiculous levels, and then we can turn the gain down a little bit. And then we can focus the camera using my buttons. Set up. No, wait, BTS focus is right here. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, I'm fading out. Starting to black out. There we go. Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do over here is reconnect, restart the firmware. That'll connect me. You can't see it, but the screen actually lights up when you do that. What would the chat print with remote access to that? It's going to be a penis. You know it. You know it. BL touch down. Nothing. BL touch up. Printer not ready. Okay. What do you mean printer not ready? Oh, yeah, right. The power button. I'd subtly hit the power button on my way over to the printer, and I didn't. You have to provide power to the printer these days. What kind of a ripoff? Yeah, I guess they probably have a whole host of Rick Astley crap on Thingiverse. You'd probably find like a bust of Rick Astley and print that. All right, firmware restarted. BL touch test. Nothing happens. Reset. Nothing happens. Down. Click. Up. Click. Test. Click. 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 Reset. The magnet in the BL touch can kind of capture the probe sometimes a little bit too strongly, and so it doesn't drop down as is expected with the with the BL Touch. So I need to give it just a little jog at the very beginning to prime it, to get it ready to go. All right, so I'm going to hit print on this 11-minute print. So in this, export the G code, start printing after upload. I power my Octopi from the printer. I mean, you can also put like Tasmodus stuff in there too, but I don't do that. I just walk over and turn it on. Tries to print 5 millimeters below the bed surface. I've had troubles with homing on the x-axis, where it'll go too far out, which is odd because I thought the sensorless limit switches would kick in as soon as it, feels that resistance at the end of its travel, but apparently not. I hope all my heat settings are good for this. I think they are. I don't really need these in translucent gray, but we'll do it anyway. I'm trying to use up this filament because it's not great. Home Z 2 millimeter too high. Oh man. Yeah, I don't have the switches. The board upgrade made it so that hitting the limit altered the current enough that it can detect it automatically. But when it's trying to jog the x-axis out, it's not looking at, I guess, the inputs, which is an odd programming thing to have. Is that once you home your machine, it just ignores its limit switches. I thought the whole purpose of those limit switches were so that if something catastrophic occurs, it can stop. But apparently not. It's something about the way they're driving the interrupts, I guess. The way they programmed it to check. All right, we're heating up right now. That's what the delay is. This is the part that takes the longest. Is just heating up the printer stuff. So once the bed gets to the right level, why is it tapering a little bit? It should be heating up pretty quickly. Oh, you know what it is? It's the view. Yeah, this is only 30 minutes in view right now, so it's going to look a little different than it normally does. Only got 30 minutes of print time in view. So how was your day? This is why I don't do 3D printing on stream, because oops. Nope. Because it's excruciating. it's freaking excruciating. Nothing is happening. Absolutely nothing is happening over here. Here, let me move you guys to the other mount, the other camera mount on the printer. So it's a little bit more exciting than just having a bird's eye view like this. Ah! Guys are moving all over the place. Yeah, I know. I was prioritizing hooking up the camera. Chad, I know more than you. I know more than you. I know what's happening production-wise. Trust in the process. Printing. Oh, there we go. There's focus. What was that noise? Clicking noise. Huh. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're lying. And away we go, off to the realm of 3D printing. Clicking and clicking and clicking. That's all it took. Bop, bop, bop. I'm gonna see if I can get the little bit of stuff on the nozzle here while it's doing this. It is heating up at the same time, so Carefully. Ah! Crushing me. That might have actually messed up. Yeah, see, it's like measuring it a bunch. That might have messed up the numbers that it got back because it crushed the pliers in with that. I'm gonna use tweezers on the one end. It'll go to heat up in a minute, but it's almost already at temperature because of the amount of time that it takes to do the bed level test. So it's like why I could make it so that it only checks it periodically, but this is just something that I can do while it's waiting to heat up. Now this is in the clear filament, and this may be, it's probably going to be a more than an 11-minute print. Super Slicer seems to have a lofty idea of how long the printing takes. All right, looks like that's set up properly. We're doing a quick runoff in order to get the filament all into the mechanism and stuff. Make sure that it's flowing properly and that there's pressure in the nozzle. And then we're off to the races. Now with PETG, the stringing is such that I didn't even worry about where exactly that piece of glass that came up was. I might be right under one of these things. But yeah, with PETG, it tends to generate these strings. You got to be careful about them because they can ruin your entire print. The one singular string can actually get caught by the nozzle and then dragged through a bunch of stuff and like pick things up and move them around, and it leads to disaster. So when I'm printing PETG, I just listen for clicking noises. And I mean, actually lately I've just had to not hover over the printer and just let it do its thing. I need to work on the stringing settings. The retraction isn't quite enough to break the stringing. I had it working under the previous software. The previous, actually, electronics. It's all the electronics changed, and we went to Clipper. So I don't know how to solve it in Clipper. Wow, that was quick first layer. Holy shit. That was very quick. Very quick indeed. There they are, my SMA adapters that we just designed. It took us a total of like an hour. This is what I love doing with the 3D printer, to be honest. I love doing this kind of stuff with the 3D printer, where you identify a problem, something that you need slightly fixed, and you need a part in order to slightly fix it. You could use regular hardware in order to put it together, but a piece of plastic, a bespoke piece of plastic of a particular shape, would do it much easier. So why not just do a little bit of design, a little bit of measuring, hit print, and see if it works. I love a bespoke piece of plastic. Yeah, I'm going to use that word 4 more times, and then I'll never know what it means from then on. What are some of the alternate meanings of bespoke? Bespoke, made for a particular customer or user. Huh. Oh, that means that it's been spoken for, I guess. Making or selling bespoke goods, especially. Okay, so I'm using it wrong. I'm using it wrong. It's a spoken for piece of plastic. I'm selling it to somebody. It's not entirely wrong, but it is just a little bit of a weird fit. Generally use my 3D printer as a solution in search of a problem. But it comes in handy from time to time. I try to avoid those. The solutions in search of a problem. Generally, though, when I'm doing like modifying plastic and stuff like that, like this is pretty handy. That second layer is coming in rough. I mean, the first layer is almost like transparent, which is pretty impressive from a 3D printer. I was hoping we could get to a point where we play with plastic today, but I need to do the, oh, this is almost halfway done already? Jeez. I need to do the Fusion 360 design where we put the ribs on the outside, on the other side of the panel, and then I'll switch from translucent back to space gray, because I think the space gray, I think it looks really good for this purpose. It's sort of a designer purpose. The space gray comes in rough, which is really bad, but that roughness makes it look like the interior of a piece of space hardware, which is kind of cool. So I want to take advantage of that. Yeah, custom storage solutions I've always had trouble with. Like There was that video in the Discord that was the guy took a soda bottle and then they cut it into a piece of filament and, you know, formed it back into 3D printer filament, and then he prints out an enclosure for something, and it's like a little parts bin. But I don't think the 3D print is any stronger than like a $1 parts bin. It's like $1. You could, like, you know, like, so it's silly. I save, like, for instance, the breadboard wire kits. I'll save the bin for that, and then I'll use that for other electronics once I've run out of the wires. So it's like why? why are you doing that? I get it makes sense for like people putting like a drawer under their 3D printer. That's fine. But like the ridged properties of the print doesn't really lend itself to moving parts unless you're getting super crazy. How much energy went into converting the bottle into that little bin? Yeah, that's sort of an economy of scale kind of thing, right? Where if you're making 1,000 little bins, it makes a lot more sense. This clear filament sucks. Look at this. It was like a rough, terrible print. Why is this so bad? Why is this so bad? Why is my printer bad? I feel bad. I feel bad for you people watching my terrible printer. Hold on, I gotta organize my windows here. Where am I? Okay, there you guys are. Oh, Prusa still prints? Yeah, Prusa prints a lot of parts. They have like a printing farm where they do it though. They have like a bunch of printers that they set up. It's odd though because yeah, you would think like maybe they're doing it so that if they become wildly unpopular suddenly, they don't have an overrun of equipment, and then they can change stuff on the fly a little faster. But it's weird because if they're not constantly changing it, it would make more sense to have a mold made and do a run of like a zillion of them. And they're at a position where they could do that. You know, maybe at first it made sense to have a room full of printers, but I guess at the same time, it's like they're vetting out their design at the same time. So if they are, yeah, a little bit into the realm of philosophically, into the realm of philosophy, but it's one thing like believing in your printer and its efficacy. The other is they run them constantly so they know how they work. It's a little bit of like rolling your R&D into your manufacturing, I guess. So it makes a little bit of sense, I guess. I guess. But they could just fire those people and make it out of plastic. I got with the Titan Aero hot end when Wexo bought that expensive thing that you're looking at right in front of you with the fan on it, the Titan Aero direct drive. When Wexo bought that and sent it in, it actually came with a piece of PETG. It was a PETG bracket that had been 3D printed. It was a nice print. It actually printed really nice. I don't think it came from the hot end that they sent me though. The problem with the Titan Aero, by the way, is that it's got a very thin bearing on it, and I think they've solved that in the later versions. It's got a very thin bearing in an environment like an enclosure that by nature heats up a lot. It heats up and cools down a lot. So the grease in the bearing goes away, and then the bearing shreds because of the pressure that's put on it by the filament roller. It's a good system, but man, it shreds bearings. So every time I take it apart, I have to put a new one in there, and it's kind of a weird specialty size. I need to redesign the hot end, by the way. That broken piece is where a parts cooling fan would mount. I have all the parts in Fusion. I just haven't gone through the trouble of designing the solids that are going to piece everything together. I need to do that. Okay, so here's where things get dicey, and the reason that I put 6 of these in is that after the initial 2 millimeters, we're now going to be printing a lot less plastic. And so I need it to have just enough time so that the plastic cools and this thing doesn't like melt down at the top of these posts. The problem with microscopic posts in printing them is that the extruder doesn't have a lot to do between the layers. I guess you can put in a delay, and I haven't figured out how to do that yet. A delay between layers to allow things just a little bit of a chance to solidify. Instead, I just print a bunch of them spaced out pretty far on the bed, and that travel time is hopefully going to allow the plastic to become a little bit more solid. But if we screw this up, it'll be 11 minutes of our lives we're never getting back. That stringing right there is also a concern. I'll have to tweak. Tweak. That's what printers are, by the way. If you're watching this and you're interested in getting a 3D printer, you better enjoy iterative tweaking and everybody making you feel dumb. Those are the two things about printers. Iterative tweaking and everybody else making you feel dumb. And they're going to constantly tell you to lower the temperature, but you're printing in PETG and you're smarter, so you raise the temperature. That's all I do is raise the temperature on this, and then my prints become melty. I'm just glad that this thing can put stuff together and not make it look like a children's drawing, because I certainly can't do that. If I were to try to whittle this part out of something, it would look horrible, absolutely terrible. I guess I don't have a lathe. This would be like a lathe and a mill kind of job, huh? Now, technically, those are ready to go right now, but I want to let it finish fully. I could have even put a hex opening in the back so that it would capture, well, the D shape is what's going to capture it. I don't think, it's such a small part, I don't think that would print right if I did that. Bop. How's chat's week shaping up? I guess it's Thursday. It's mostly over. We're mostly through the week, chat. I have been playing with an adorable puppy. My weekend starts today. Oh, congrats. We had a busy day yesterday. It turns out the meme of the stages of a dog's development is exactly right. Let me find the meme. I have it. Where did it go? Maybe I don't. What happened to it? Oh, it's way back. Hold on. Talking about chairs. Okay, there it is. Hold on. Gotta scrub my windows. This is exactly accurate. And all the dogs in the neighborhood share this opinion about our dog is approaching 16 months. This is the thing, but she's still biting literally everything in view, and she's still a very tiny little puppy. But this is exactly accurate. That dog, even to the other dog, to her peers in the neighborhood, they avoid her. They go, oh no, it's a teething puppy. And they're like, nope. Oh, 16 weeks. Oh, you're right. She's six. Yeah, not 16 months. Oh God, we have a long way to go, huh? We got a long way to go. We're currently here. 0 to 4 months. She's at how many? What is it? 15 over 3. I should know what 50. It's 5, right? She's not 5 months. Is she 5 months old? I guess so. 3 weeks in a month. So yeah, we are solidly in this territory right here, in the Velociraptor stage. How close are we here? 95%. Sad but true feeling about games. I'm not reading a comic on stream. Imperial months. Fine, 15 over 4. If we do it in metric. Yeah, so about 3.5, 3 3/4 of months old. Waiting, and waiting for the 3D print. Luckily, this is one of the examples that I can show on stream of the coolness of 3D printing. I'm not building a big part, which is going to make this print a little bit sloppy, but I can show from napkin to implementation. Is that a Germa emote? Why does Germa have such cursed emotes? Who is this? Oh, it's not. No. French Stallion, also very cursed. No noses in any of the emotes. All right, so here's the deal. I can't just grab this. These are still hot, which means they about have the consistency of, I would say maybe clay consistency right now. So if I go to grab it, it'll just fold. It'll just break. I need to let everything cool down. Doubly so with PETG, and especially when you have a very large surface area on your print. You can just let it cool, and it'll make crackling noises when it breaks free. But you may not be able to see on that camera. I hear barking upstairs. There's a little piece of glass that came up with this. PETG is extraordinarily sticky to glass, believe it or not, because glass is not a super duper smooth surface. There are grains, and so this will actually, PETG will get in there and actually get under grains, and when you try to pop this thing off, it'll pull glass out of your glass. That's what's happened to my printer because of this thing. It's such a big, smooth surface. So the next time I print this, I'm going to have to put down a glue stick, not to keep the filament stuck, because you do that with PLA. You put the glue stick down, and then your filament will stick in place. That's not what you're doing with PETG. You put the glue down, and then the glue acts as a release material. So you can let it cool, and it might crack itself off, but if you pull on it, you're not going to pull directly on the glass and pull up glass. It's crazy stuff. I can't even believe it, but it ain't no Teflon, that's for sure. So we're just waiting for it to cool. Waiting for it to cool. I don't got nothing. What I do is I generally wait until these lines cross. I could try to get away with spraying it with windex. Windex also helps get in between the two materials and pop it off. And part of what windex, it's like two tiers that windex is doing, two different effects. One effect is that the detergents in windex will get under the part and break the two from one another. The second mechanism in effect is that it's cooling the part because it evaporates, cooling the part in the glass at different rates, and then that pops it off too. So these are very small parts. I think I can get away with spritzing it. Where is my mouse? There we go. That's the wrong camera. Maybe chat wants to tell me what camera I should go to. Tell me how to run my stream. Rude. Okay. This goes out here. Oh, it like pulled on the camera cable. Who aligned these parts? They're all over the place. Oh man, it's actually cool and rainy out. That's rare for around here. I think I got Windex on everything. A little too widespread there, bud. Yeah, it's still way too hot. Oh, got one. I can bring that one over as a test. The problem is I think I bent one by plucking it off. I'll let these cool naturally. Cool Ranch Doritos. Let's just see what we printed. Bonk. You mean you've been doing this since 2016? Let me tell you exactly what I think is going on your production line. You're using the wrong light, oh bother. Okay, so there's like runoff because of my printer settings. I've got little bits that are coming off of this thing. I gotta move my window over so I can see what I'm broadcasting. Okay, so I need to clean this up just a little bit. This knife, I gotta remember, is uber duber sharp. Giga sharp. So let me just wang jangle that thing off a little bit right there. I gotta make this thing into the part that we have in Fusion. By whittling it just a little bit. Being careful where my hands are. This, I mean, this will help create that interference fit, but I don't necessarily want to encourage the interference fit completely. Okay. Pretty close. It's hard to see, but I struggled to release myself from bed. That'll happen too. With PLA, I pop bigger prints into the freezer to get a good release from the bed. That's it. See, but the problem is, I let this cool down. With the PETG, I let this cool down, and it still took glass with it. Oh, that pissed me off. Ruined my bed. Ruined. All right, 4 might have been a little ambitious, huh? Oh, but that's a pretty decent press fit, to be honest. I think I need to whittle. Yeah, there's still a little bit of material on the outside here, because when it goes to go from one part to the next, it retracts. I don't have it retracting enough. The retraction settings need to be worked on so that it can retract properly. So when it retracts, it doesn't retract enough, and so a little bit of ooze comes out of the nozzle. And PETG loves to ooze. It's like Nickelodeon in the 90s. I probably shouldn't cut like this towards my limb, because this is a surgical blade designed to cut meat, and I am made of meat. I'm comprised primarily of this stuff. Actually, I'm probably mostly fat at this point, to be honest. I'm all gristle and fat. You're too big for the freezer. Yes, sir. We can't put you in the freezer to try to get you to get out of bed. Sorry, man. Sorry, dude. Sorry, brah. Bruh. Yeah, it's a little too big. I need to undersize it a little bit. Although I do want it to kind of press in, so maybe it's not so bad. Let's find out. Nope. Too bad. Nope. All right, we got to go a little smaller. What are my outer dimensions on this? Dogs. Ref. Yeah, we'll take it down to 9mm. And then let's test the inside radius. I hear the dog marching around and barking. She's being cute. This one we have to oversize. All of my dimensions were wrong. Why didn't you tell me about this, chat? Why didn't you just speak up? You could have prevented this. And here we are. God, that's so like you, chat. Why did you do that to me? All right, let's alter the dimensions a little bit. We need to go larger in the middle, smaller on the outside. There's like a sex joke in there that I'm not making. All right, so back to the sketch, because Fusion 360 works in timelines. So what we have is we have a sketch before we've extruded everything. That sketch has closed in solids that are then extruded outwards in order to make the part. So as long as we have that process in place, and as long as we still have the same solid areas, Fusion will still be able to roll out our part with different dimensions now. So what we're doing is we're taking our 6mm and we're adding 0.2. I'm going to go with 0.2 on that initial one. So 6.2 should avoid the threads just a little bit and allow... What? Fusion? Why did you do that? That was obnoxious. Measurement's good, printer bad, yeah. No, wait, printer good, measurement's bad. There we go. That wasn't locked in properly. And we want these constraints to be in effect so that stuff doesn't move around. So that 2.75 height, we probably want to alter that, but I'm going to leave it there because that will put pressure on the part that goes in here. So it'll put pressure on it, and then that pressure will keep it in place. We're not putting a nut on this because we don't have enough height to do that. So I'm going to rely on plastic pressure. A line in, I don't know, Gorilla's song that probably Rhinestone Eyes or something. Let's go 12.5 on that outside. Oh wait, no, that's not the one that we needed. This is the one, 9.5. So we'll go to 9 millimeter. 9 millimeter. Do I have anything that's 9 millimeter? Bullets? No, I don't have any of those down here. 9 millimeter, something that's precisely 9 millimeters. I don't think I have anything. I don't think I got nothing. I gotta think about that for one sec. It would be very easy if I could just measure it with like a 9 millimeter thing and see if that fits in and presses in a little bit, but I don't think I've got nothing. Because I mean, I'm getting 8.5 on this thing. 8.7. And if I'm printing it at 9, but then again, my calipers aren't measuring it in a great way. I have some inner radius measurement tools, but I don't think they go down to 9 millimeter. 9 millimeter. And then if I measure the antenna, then I get 9.6. So we're giving it a full half, which might make it loose. Well, I'm not going to lose much by doing that. So let's just finish the sketch there. And then it'll recreate my device. And I can save it as a mesh. I'm just going to overwrite the previous file. No, it doesn't help. I guess, you're talking in terms of them designing the entire thing in English. So it might be 3/8 of an inch. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense now. It's me. I'm the one who's rude and awful and terrible. Oh, you were thinking of bolts. Okay. I don't know if I don't know if I've actually. Where did I put that? I have one of those kits of the different thread sizes that they have at like home improvement stores. I have that. I like never use it. All right, I need 6 more of these things, but I need them to be this file. So we do this, and then we do that. And we bring this over here. We put the top surface correctly down, and then I add instances. I add a number of instances, and I will make it 6. And then I take those 6, and I spread them around. I don't really know a good 6 pattern that'll keep them equidistant. We'll just do that. I'll just use the general squares on the bed there. Hopefully avoiding... Actually, if I do that, let me see if that actually succeeds. A nice hex pattern. Yes. Let's find out. Slice. And then I need to clean off the bed. Get out of here, old parts. You're old news. You don't fit nothing no more. You don't fit nothing no more. Ah, it's really stuck on there. I'm gonna give this a spritz of windex and a quick wipe. Yeah, this stuff is really stuck. Really stuck down there. I gotta be careful about like scraping it with my fingernails like I am right now, because a little piece of glass is extremely sharp. Paper towel, windex. Spent glass, spent filament, sorry. All right, we're in for another print. Look at how clean that is. I love printing on the bare glass. And get all the screw sizes. We'll take that over there while this prints. Yeah, who knew that glass is sharp? Well, the shards that come up from it are what's sharp. That's the clarification there. The shards that come up are just the worst. Nodes of a pentagram. Oh boy. There's nothing more religious than taking a long walk to get to your conclusion. Okay. Okay, it's heating up. So I got these. These are metric and imperial. And they're screw size things. I think this costs a little bit of money, but I thought it would be super duper useful to have around. Turns out most of the time I can't be bothered to go get this because I'll just measure something with the calipers or just have a sense of what size is what. This would be a good thing to just like play around with and kind of remind yourself. There was a thing that, what's his name again? YouTube, Canadian guy, Skookum guy, that guy. AVE, yeah, thank you. There's something that AVE, back in his early days, when he was worth watching, he, that guy, he advocated, like, people were like, how do you know what size everything is just by like, sight? And what he did is, over the course of, like, months, every week, he would basically have a piece of hardware on his desk, and he would just play around with it. Just feel it. Just know the size, and get used to it. He seems to be getting crazier with time. That's what I've heard, and I've stopped watching him because, not because of any of that stuff, but because if I watch him too much, I'm going to take on his mannerisms. And, like, I love the way he talks, and I love the words he uses. It's a lot of fun to watch. You go into his subreddit, everyone's trying to talk like that, and it's the most irritating thing that I think I've ever seen. So that's my main thing, is that I just don't want to be derivative of someone else's shtick, you know? That's me as the artist talking. Who knew that somebody who does art online is opinionated about their art and the way that they present it? It looks like we skipped 9. We skipped 9. All right, so I'll just find M9. That would be this one. M8. M10. Son of a bitch. This doesn't even have 9mm on it. Well, what does M8 do? Oi, mate. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv. What are you doing over there, bruv? Oi, bruv. 8 is fairly loose, so yeah, it's probably 9. North Shore of New Brunswick. Yeah, is that like... It's not just him being weird. It's like how people actually communicate out there in their hedonistic Canadian language. Their weird mountain Canadian speak. Not mountain. When things get that cold, the brain starts to work differently. That one is actually almost the width. Wow, that's 8? Uh-oh. We might have a little bit of trouble. We might have a little bit of trouble fitting the 9mm ones. Well, we'll take a look when it prints. It's 11 minutes of our lives and barely any filament to even register. As useful as this thing is, I don't know where to put it. I don't know where this thing should go. I'm not talking about... No, this thing. Not the... Okay, you guys are getting weird. I don't know where to put this. I had it hanging on the shelf over there, but it's like cumbersome. It makes sense in like a home improvement store, but I don't know where to... I don't know where to put it in here. Maybe I can use the wall control hook. Yeah. Okay, I'll just put it right on this hook here. That'll do. It needs to be like quickly accessible if I'm going to ever use it. Oh, we're already doing the runoff. Sweet. I do need a light over... I have a light over there. It's just not permanently positioned. I know it's tough to see the printer. I maybe should put an LED light on the axis. Like actually just... Because I have power all the way out to that. So I could just put like a white LED on that and shine it downwards. That would help. Yes. Oh crap, what were they called in Full Metal Alchemist? The something circle? The alchemy, yeah, draw the alchemy symbol and we'll activate it with our souls. And then I'll have parts. I also don't understand how I'm going to solve the tilted axis problem. Over on the left is where it lifts a little too much. It doesn't look like it's lifted right now, and maybe that's just as a result of this being the second or third print, or maybe I'm not far enough over for it to be an issue. The entire bed is shaped like a taco if you exaggerate its features. That's what I get back from the bed leveling test. But it doesn't seem to resemble that because the axis is tilted. And I'm tilted. I'm tilted because this axis is tilted. I don't know what I can do about it. I did correct it once, and I got very, very nice level prints. It's just that when I turn off the printer, it springs back to where it was. So I took apart the axes on this thing, and I had to drill access holes so that I could get to the fastening hardware, and I tried to get it as level as possible and then fasten all the screws in, but it's back to where it was. It's just right back to where it was. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know. Maybe I could put an oblong hole in one of the plates that holds up those wheels. Because it does, I think it just bolts from behind. So if I could scooch that a little bit, maybe I could, the problem is it doesn't lend itself to shim. Let's see here. Thought it was that's true. I guess maybe it is measured in imperial, isn't it? The hole. But I'm trying to make it into metric, so I'm just whatever. How far along are we on this? Octoparent 40%. 40%. Most of the weight was just for things to heat up. I have a 120 volt bed and then a 24 volt heater in the tool. I tried to make the heating process as quick as possible. Understand. Yeah, sorry. It's streaming is crazy. It's impossible to get everybody's intent. A fella I insulted earlier. See, the problem is I space them out like this, but it's not following like a pentagram. If it was following a pentagram, there would be plenty of time between the layers. This is okay. I mean, it will take a certain amount of time for it to get all the way around the circle before it gets back to the part. So maybe we're okay, but still. I gotta get back to the tiny RC car stuff. I have all the stuff I need in order to make a tiny RC car. I abandoned the Mario Kart thing. As much as I would love to do that, that's like a lot of work. And, you know, the ship has sailed on Mario Kart home circuit. As fun as it is, because it is a lot of fun. I might end up giving that to my nephew for Christmas. I think he would probably freak out if I did. And then I can present my own Mario Kart that I've super cheated on. And it goes the speed of a real RC car. Oh god, that'd be terrible. No, very advanced cheating, adding a suspension, all-wheel drive, and a 3-phase motor to a Mario Kart home circuit cart that's designed to actually not go fast, because at that speed with the camera positioned as it is, it feels like playing Mario Kart very quickly. But my brother has a big basement, so I think giving the kid the extra one that I bought just to have, you know, just in case we really got into the project and I wanted to make two. I wanted one with the suspension, rear-wheel drive, and I wanted one with all-wheel drive and maybe an enhanced motor or something. All-wheel drive and differentials were going to be the big things that I was going to introduce to that. Now I've got all these RC car parts for 1/26 scale, which is fun. It's actually a hell of a lot of fun, because if you don't have a lot of space, 1/26 scale is small, and so you can do drifting. You can drift, which is cool. It's cool to drift in a fake car. Waiting to print. This is why I watch live streams. So you guys are watching the thing that I avoid by watching the thing that I don't, huh? What did huh? The logic is all over the place. Should I like sing you guys a song while we wait for this fucking shit to print? Hey, Teddy Medator. Our title's actually wrong today. We ended up not working on Burn the Subs because it's fairly more important that my internet works here. And in order to get my internet working, I need an SMA adapter on the router because Asus decided, oh, I was explaining it anyway before you even asked. Asus decided not to put SMA connectors on their shit. But my router sits in a rack that's covered in metal. So I run these antenna pads from the SMA connector, $150 for this fucking router. And it doesn't even have SMA connectors. It just has these like clip-in wired antenna. So I went and bought a bunch of SMA panel mounts, and now I'm printing something that'll go in that clip space and allow me to have the SMA connectors on it. They're not going to be incredibly well situated, although I think the amount of pressure that this thing is going to exert on the plastic should be enough to hold it pretty steady. So this was a quick design and print stream. We did this all in Fusion 360, start to finish, napkin to production, which is, I think, one of the coolest parts about 3D printing is that you can do something like this. Now, obviously, my printer versus small parts is not going to produce something this clean, but, you know, you can try. Oh, this isn't a K-pop stream? Sorry, I'm not going to sing to you. I don't think you'd want me to do that. Ah! Now, as cool as it might be, I'm not going to put a thermal camera on the printer. You can kind of see, like on the larger prints, you can see the filament cooling, but like the bed, the 3D print bed is a big uniform temperature, so it just looks like a big fluorescent light. I'm doing stuff like this all day. Yeah, sometimes the reason that I don't stream on Wednesday is to order parts and to wait for parts to come in the mail. And then after getting a 3D printer, it turns out Wednesday is suited for me monitoring a 3D print and printing out a bunch of different parts and doing these little bits of iterative sort of design. That's my Wednesday sometimes. And so by Thursday, I have stuff to do. But I decided that the router was kind of important because the previous generation of router, Asus router, has a push-in pop-out button. And the push-in pop-out button is a fairly complicated mechanism. And having one that's small enough to go on a router, it's broken. And so I put tape over the switch, and then my internet randomly died. So I put a screw on tape on the switch. And so now it's on, but if the stream dies, that means the tape overheated and slipped. I designed my second PCB this week. Hell yeah, dude. It's off at the printers now. Fingers crossed it works. Your stream helps me keep motivated to build stuff. Nate's, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, stream also motivates me to get stuff done. There's a couple PCBs that I need to design, and one of them is the power supply for my computer. And so we got to get back to that. It's just Fusion bumped me over out of the educational edition, and I'm worried about what's going to happen then, because I've got a ton of parts in Eagle, and I don't know what's going to happen with the limitations of the free version of Fusion. But it's good that I learned that, because the free version is mostly what you guys would be using. I had my beautiful little education version that would allow me to do whatever I want. Yeah, my stream is literally held up with tape. You're right. I didn't even think about that. I'm walking in the house only to find things to design and print for fun. That's kind of cool, actually. I have a bachelor, a BS. I have a bullshit in engineering, electrical engineering, controls and robotics, which is basically linear algebra on crack. Although robotics have changed quite a bit since my heyday, but I never really did robotics. I have professional experience reverse engineering. So that would be Renignia. So Renignia was my career for about 10 years. Then I went into medical device design because my heart is in it. Well, actually, my pancreas is very much in that space. So I did a little bit of medical device design, and then I was fired. And then I had to decide what I was going to do. Nobody was really hiring. I decided that I would finally do a little bit of streaming. I had written for Hackaday for a little while. I have my feet are very well grounded in sort of the hobby scene of building things and stuff, but I do stuff in kind of a bit of a weird way. So part of starting stream was I have all these projects, and if I make over a certain amount of money, my health insurance goes away, and then I'm in a space where I'm not making enough money for the supplies that'll keep me alive and insurance at the same time. It just doesn't, there's like a valley of death that I face. So I decided to start streaming. And I'm happy that you guys are here to spend time with me and enjoy this kind of content. I hope I can make it fun, and I would love it if I could make it take off. But any favorite Hackaday articles? I pissed off Evil Mad Scientist. They were pretty mad with me because I was very critical. They built one of those radiation chambers that light up when alpha particles goes through it, right? So they were building this radiation chambers high voltage project, and when alpha particles go through, they make like a little streak. Very, very cool. There was no video. And there was, I think, maybe like one picture. And so I wrote this article that was very critical of that, and they were mad. They were very, very mad. No, it's not a vacuum chamber. It's like a smoke box that's like side lit or whatever, the little cloud chambers. They're super cool. But I think they might have been, I don't know if they were the first people to do that or not, but yeah. How can you not video that? That was my argument. And the editor was fine. He didn't care. He's why I have a 3D printer and Fusion 360. Hell yeah. Teddy Minator, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate the Primes. You're not going to get a reminder to re-up your Prime, and the board doesn't work at the moment. So we're working, technically we're working on Burn the Subs, because if I don't have internet, Burn the Subs doesn't work. So router modification has taken 5 hours of my life away. My name is Oh Bother, and I have a problem. That was so the articles that I really enjoyed doing were the ones that I wrote on projects that I found in Burning Man. I found all kinds of really crazy stuff at Burning Man, and I wrote a couple Hackaday articles on it to, I guess, make the trip a write-off. But that was in 2011. I haven't written for them in a long time. I just kind of stopped. The way Hackaday worked at the time was it was basically just the tip line, and people would claim articles in the tip line and then spin off a quick little article, and then you get like you get a couple bucks for each one. A not insignificant amount of money, but a very small amount of money. And then if you spin off like 65 articles, you write them, and then the editor looks at it and schedules its publication. The editor didn't do anything. He didn't, I had the most commas I think I've ever put into a sentence before, and he just immediately published it. And so my first article for Hackaday, people were saying that I should get fired. They always use the imperial we, so people think Hackaday is a bunch of people sitting around in an office, and it's not. It's just internet people. Back to soldering on the perf board. All right, hold on. Let me catch up. Made the super awesome thing that visualizes alpha particles, so read about it. I shouldn't have been snarky in the article. I shouldn't have. That was not professional of me. I've learned a lot since then. That was many years ago. It was a decade ago. Soldering the perf board. I did that thing where you try to save as much board as possible, and now I'm suffering. Yeah, been there. I was thinking last night how cool it would be in a game to have a cloud chamber trails everywhere. Yeah, I guess you could do like a subset of God rays, like lighting God rays, and then you could do that. There's also Disney developed, and it was kind of like a big deal for Star Citizen many years ago, a system of rendering clouds. I think a lot of games are now just starting to use it. You see much better smoke, like particulates and stuff in games, but it would be cool you could combine that smoke system with God rays and have alpha chamber particles. That'd be cool. Wish BTS was better documented. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it. You mean the K-pop band? Because there are videos of Burn the Subs and how it kind of goes together. I had an article kind of that I made up and sent a bunch of places when we first built it, and Hackaday didn't publish me, which is really weird. I'm like, hey guys, I used to write for you. Here's this cool project I made that's like shocking and cool, and they didn't publish it. They didn't publish it, fuckers. So I didn't get a lot of fanfare for Burn the Subs initially, which is annoying because a lot of people think that my stream is going to pop off because of the cool projects that we do. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't really know if that's going to happen. We're waiting for it to cool down now. I need to give it a requisite amount of cooling. Otherwise, everything will be oval shaped, and I don't want that. I'm glad my stream motivates you guys, because I mean, for me, it was like, I've got these projects that I kind of want to publish, but I don't have the wherewithal to photograph all of the steps, put together a YouTube video, make it work. And I did that with Burn the Subs, and I need to do that. I need to publish my VODs to YouTube. I need to get that rolling. The only problem is YouTube is fucking scary. Like, they're just going to demonetize me, and then they're going to, like, you know, kick my dog or something, whatever YouTube does. But the audience from Twitch doesn't build in the way that you think it will. Twitch is a very difficult platform to get an audience with. Hire an editor. I'd want to hire an editor that I could pay a decent amount of money. YouTube would kick a dog. No, YouTube, they would do it and blame it on the algorithm. I think an editor would be too expensive. Maybe. I don't know. If I could, I wish I could sweep it all under the carpet and just let somebody else deal with it, right? Be like, can you just like publish these with like minimal editing? Just remember what Amazon did to Last Miles? Wait, what did Amazon do to Last Miles? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. All I remember is that Last Miles gifted just a ton of subs, and it was awesome. You've been saying that about YouTube VODs for years. I've got them all on a drive. That's why I'm constantly thinking about it. I need to jump into my channel, and I'll probably lose all of my subscribers, but I need to pull a what do you call it? I forget it's where Shake Hands with Danger came from. That AV Geeks or AV Club or something like that YouTube channel. They'll just dump a bunch of stuff that they've scanned onto YouTube, and it totally screws up your timeline because you're waiting for somebody who releases once a month to release a video, and your entire YouTube subscriber channel is now like old videos. Like, hey, what happened? If you know, you know. Let's just say that. Well, now I'm concerned and I want to Google it. I think he explained what happened, and I read it, but I don't have a whole lot of object permanence while I'm streaming. @M, speaking of dumping. Speaking of dumping, 17 dumps. Thank you for the 17 dumps. I looked up Last Miles, and the the autocomplete was Twitch ban. Oh no! I'm gonna go with that. Twitch ban. Streamer bans. Twitch partner. Nymphy, Pyderburn. Not included. Oh, it's just like their channel overview. Wait, does Last Mile stream? What did they do? Holy shit. Yeah, the only reason that I'm like on this right now is that they came in here and gifted 5 tier 1s, 5 tier 2s, and then 5 tier 3s, and it's like, okay, wow. Thank you. Pretty amazing. Oh yeah, looks like we're about the same size, huh? I think Last Miles is actually a little larger than I am. Cool. I did not know that. I'm sorry. Was he banned for streaming movies? I don't know. Late stage capitalism? I don't know what the fuck that is. No, listen, I'm not gonna get into Twitch drama. Let's not even start with that. I just didn't know that they were a relatively decent sized streamer. I don't know that about people when they come into my stream. I mean, I just don't know that. We are approaching this stage of dog ownership. All right, we're getting close to the crossover point. When I'm doing 3D prints on my own, I'll wait for the second crossing, because there's a second crossing. The tool will cool down, and then the bed will reach the temperature of the tool. So XDODs, smart dude. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, so I get a lot of credit for working in that space, and it's like stolen valor. I'm just some dumpy engineer that they hired as a contractor, but I do know a lot about the stuff that I did. It's just people tend to think it's like, oh, thank you for your service. And it's like, fuck, no, I didn't do anything. Like if I talk to people who actually were on the ground out there, they're like, oh my God, all the stuff you're doing. I'm like, I don't do anything. I just published a document that described things. That's it. I know a lot of tricks that I can't use because they'll get identified and then I'll get fucking thrown into federal prison for the rest of my life. Fun times. Away we go, further and further towards the crossing point. I'm gonna force the issue now. I think let's spritz it. Let's spritz it. So whatever happened to them, I guess, is not the case anymore because they were in my stream. So if you guys want to check out, I guess, a smart streamer, check out Last Mile. I did not know that they streamed. It feels like I'm being rude to people when they're like, you know, they built a name on the platform and I don't know it. I'm like, literally, who are you? What are you? Chester Willard probably like has a whole entertainment industry built on his personality, and I just don't know. I'm just like, literally, who are you? I don't care. It's rude. It really is. But I don't know. I don't know a lot of stuff outside of my own wheelhouse, you know? And people don't like to toot their own horns, but to a certain degree, you gotta. That's why I leave my partner badge on. And some of the streamers that I watch probably regard my keeping of the partner badge on as a major faux pas. But they're not from Twitch. They don't know how much fucking effort it takes to earn that badge on Twitch, from Twitch, without bringing in like a YouTube crowd. It is difficult. It took me probably 4 years. 4 years of content. No, I'm just a schmuck. Nah, whatever. You're probably popular to somebody, like your mother or something. I don't know. Maybe not. I love shaving off compliments and stuff. I mean, you look like you've got it all together a little bit. You look like you're good at faking it. God. Those aren't even good examples. I'm just talking. I'm just filling airwaves. All right, let's clean this thing up. It looks like the sloppiness of my 3D printer is starting to show through. I could maybe change the filament or lower the heat. I think there's a little bit too much heat in these right now. But the clear filaments love heat because they won't get clear without heat. I almost actually just cut my thumb right there. Cutting like an apple is probably bad with an extremely sharp knife, huh? There's just not a lot of like surface on this part. There, see that? That's much cleaner. All right, let's see if that fits. Let's see if and how that fits. And hopefully we can wrap this so that I can show you guys. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Look at that little insert. Clean up the inside a little bit here so it looks nicer. There you go. Yeah, the stringiness is a kind of a problem with the printer, but look at that. Here, focus your equipment. It's important when you're videoing something that you're the rudimentary basics of showing people what's going on are adhered to. Like, for instance, the thing you're looking at is in focus. That's kind of a, that's, you know, maybe I'm assuming you guys are too smart. It's kind of a little bit of an obscure tip about videoing stuff, is that the thing you video should be in focus. Anyway, yeah, the part fits. It's not as tight as I would like it to be, but that's not going anywhere. And then the 4 millimeters, how is that measurement? I can't believe that it's 4 millimeters thick when everything else is an imperial. Where's my light? The problem with black plastic is that the camera tries to overcompensate around it, and it makes it very difficult for me to show things like detail. When it can be perfectly visible to the human eye, the Mark I eyeball is a remarkable piece of equipment versus this stuff that I'm using, this electronic bullshit that's using light and charge in order to display video images. So Mark I eyeball is quite a wonderful thing. Can't always match it in specs. You need a lot of light. Does the filament print to the same measurements as in Fusion 360? Yes and no. It depends on the scale. It should, by all means, but you got to tweak around it a little bit sometimes. I need to open this up a little bit. Now I might need to use the repair ream, which is just a tapered ream that opens stuff up. But because of the D shape of the hole, that would get rid of my anti-twisting feature. But you know, another basic that maybe you guys didn't consider is that the thing you're trying to mount should probably fit in the thing you're using to mount it. Generally speaking. Oh yeah, that's not even close. What the heck? Well, actually, as far as interference fits go, okay, all right, that bounced directly up in the air. That was a drop, by the way. So I could force this thing mechanically together, and maybe it will. I know the PLA does not, at least that has been my experience. PETG has, I think, a 3% shrink factor from when it prints. And that generally is just, you know, it's negligible to the operation of the part. Generally. Everything general, nothing specific. There it is, 960. God, that's a lot of things that I've dropped on the floor over the years. The drop counter was started because of Burn the Subs. I was working with the Maker Beam, and the wonderful thing about the Maker Beam is it's a lot of little tiny parts, and those little tiny parts drop everywhere, and I just kept dropping them like compulsory. It was back when like John Kilo was here. Celia Russell was there. Can I, See, okay, if I take this and I take it separate and I like actually press it together, that'll press together. Oh, maybe not, actually. I need a larger opening in the middle. Well, that's going to take away from the plastic that's already there. I think maybe I just need to use the repair ream. Wow, this thing is... Unscrew it. Ow! Ow! Okay, we overdid it, I think, with the D-shaped thing. Let's just do this. This thing is a very useful tool. It does not get a lot of seat time here. You guys generally don't really see me using this tool. I put a little piece of glue up in the handle so that it would hold it, it wouldn't drop it everywhere. I keep it in the pencil bin, but this is a tapered ream. When you drill a hole in something, it's not really going to be a circular hole, and especially with 3D prints in plastic, if you need a sliding interface, if you need something to slide over something else, you're not really going to achieve it with your initial print because of the ridges on the side of it. So things like reams are very useful in machining and mechanical stuff to re-round your holes. It makes your holes round. I have a whole set of non-tapered reams that I was supposed to sell on eBay and I never did, much to the chagrin of St. Wiggly. But those reams are very useful for things like this, where I need a hole to be slightly larger. And so the tapered ream is one of those repair things that you kind of don't want to neglect. You got to remember that you have it. Very useful tool. Ow, that hurt me greatly. That was very painful. The plastic didn't exactly want to be machined away. And so it drove this thing into my hand. Technically, that should have opened it up a little bit, but it didn't. I think our dimensions are like wildly off. I need to like majorly widen that. That or I just need to really clean it out. It could just be that the heat of the print distorted it a little bit, and so this inner radius isn't as accurate as it should be, as it was designed to be. I didn't exactly include tolerances with this thing. I keep seeing like a light flash or something down here. I think maybe my scope is capturing my... Let me just move my head around a little bit. One sec. No, that's not it. Weird. I think I'm hallucinating, chat. I think the demon core has flashed at me. I thought I saw the screen activate for like a millisecond, and that flash caught my eye. Oh, maybe it's my computer screen behind me that's reflecting off of it. Has me seeing ghosts. Ghosts. So many ghosts. I really want to finish this thing today, but if we have to do another print, it's going to take up a shitload of time. Like that fits. I already know that fits. We need to make the inside thing here fit. If I could get it to press in all the way, I guess I can press this all the way in on these and then press this into there. But I wanted that, see how that kind of like catches it a little bit? If I press it through, it's going to distort the plastic and then it won't catch what I want it to catch. I don't think I can get this fully out. Yeah, see that? It kind of like catches there. And so that pressure, those two things fighting one another, is what I wanted to keep everything together with. Screens on the corner of the eye. Yeah, it's like that phenomenon where it's like that phenomenon where you feel a phone vibrating in your pocket, and then you realize you don't have a phone. And you're not even human. You're actually some kind of a lizard. And you're sitting on a rock. Like that. If I have to do too much, then I'll just have to print them again. I think we are going to have to print them again. Phenomenon. Why does it fit in like that? That's weird. That's not where we put the blocker. The blocker's up top. I thought that only happened to me. The cell phone thing has been studied. It's actually a thing. It's like a thing. Like researchers know about it. Like some kind of a nervous response or something. Damn it. This does not fit. This needs to be much wider. And it's probably a result of printing. Yeah, 6.2 ain't gonna do it. All right. That's what I could press fit it, yeah, with a pair of pliers, but that hood around it. I mean, it would probably be better if I did, huh? Probably would be better, and then nothing would move. No, you're right. You're right. Let's see if we could do it with a pair of pliers without ruining everything, without ruining it all. Generally, I use the wire cutter pliers. What was that from? That was from a rap song, and I heard it once. And then I have never forgotten about it since. I think it was in a Aesop rock song from like 1,000,000 years ago. No, I don't think that's gonna work. I'm gonna damage everything if I try to do that. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a pair of pliers that's like that and has like a forked end for the one side. It would hold it really nicely and securely, but I think that's pushing it. All the voices that I use on stream to kind of make my voice dynamic and entertaining, I also use when I'm playing with my puppy. I'm like, don't bite me, puppy, stop it. It's a lot of fun. I could heat it up with a soldering iron. I don't want to break it. There. All right, so let's widen that hole. That's going to make the 3D print a little bit more stressful to do. Hey, it's less plastic. It'll take time off of my 3D print, right? So that center hole, we need it to be. First of all, this can go a little higher. So let's put 2.8. And then 6.2 is now 6.5. I don't want to give it too much because then it really doesn't seem to fit. So we definitely need that room there. So yeah, I'll just keep it that way. That'll be okay. This moved again. You son of a bitch. I needed this constraint and it's blocked off. This point, it won't let me do it because it's got the right angle constraint. Okay, whatever. That's so weird. It just like decides to move stuff because there's no good restraints on it on things. Constraints, not restraints. Origin. Oh yeah, we don't have solids yet. Finish the sketch. There's the solid. We got to print it again. We have no choice. It's no use. Save that. Yes. Okay. So now that is significantly widened. Our interface on the outside of it, I mean, how much pressure is there on that? Is that going to stay still? Yeah, that seems okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All right. So hopefully the last edit has been put in. Let's see. Where are we with this? We are doing Super Slicer. I can still press it. What could I do if it didn't fit completely? If it was a little bit too loose, there's a bunch of different stuff that I could do to make it fit completely. One of them would be to just simply put Teflon on the threads. Although Teflon is pretty slippery, it would still provide me with a little bit of pressure. I need a lot of pressure on the metal because that's the part that you're going to be tightening against. So, I mean, I'll just hand tighten them when the time comes, but I don't want it to fall inside the housing and then have to crack the housing open again. Because those little clips love breaking. Push comes to shove, I just print my own housing for the whole thing. I wish I could relocate those LEDs. Six. Glue. Yeah, I guess in that case you could also drop like some thread glue in there. Well, thread glue is too thin. You need like glue. Like I have some plastic epoxies that probably would do well. Plastic epoxy is a wonderful thing, and since getting a 3D printer, I haven't really needed it that much. Oh God, I'm doing terrible at moving these things. There's a Photoshop meme recently about moving stuff that had a lot of transparency. I think it was on Perfectly Cut Screams. Where are my hex points? I could measure them out, but that's silly. I wish I could just tell the software to like evenly space these things, but it'll probably screw that up too. Just like it screwed up everything. That's getting a little close to the area where the bad part of the bed is. I wish there was like a notes file where you could identify parts of the print bed that were problematic and then avoid them. Just like I do with streamers. Got to avoid TurboNAD. I don't want a repeat of the incident. I don't know. This is all discombobulated. I guess it can be. It's okay if it's discombobulated. It's okay to be discombobulated, chat. Slice. Send it. Start printing. Go to BTS. Start the procedure over again for the 50th time. Loctite is so thin, though. That's not going to make up for the difference between your plastic and threads, is it? Maybe it will. How does Loctite do with 3D prints? Yeah, I guess a bed texture and on the no-go spot and then import it to the slicer. It would be nice if that was kind of like a native thing, though. If I could say, you know, there's a spot here. Because if you weren't here earlier, Short Lurker, I did print the panel, and I actually printed it in one of my favorite filaments that I never get to use, which is space gray. But I printed this, and I fixed my height issues on the printer. Oh boy, I think I'm pretty close to being able to get a perfectly glassy print out of this. But that's not really relevant for Burn the Subs. I don't need a glassy clear on Burn the Subs. It would look cool if I put a light back here, but this printed really well. It's just it took some of my printer with it. Each iteration took some of my printer with it. So I gotta put down glue for the next one that I print. What I've decided is that this right here, the space gray, kind of looks like insulation sprayed over infrastructure. And I kind of like that look. So I don't really want to hide it, even though it's going to be completely covered by all the circuit boards. I think what I want to do is in Fusion, I will reverse this whole thing. So all of the posts and stuff are going to stick up on this side, and then I will take these oval posts and print them separately. so that they'll just be spacers in the design, and they'll get sandwiched in under this. So this will be exactly as it is right now. It's just that it'll have posts sticking up from it. I think that'll look cool. I think that'll be kind of a cool little thing. Because, you know, this part's just boring. All this does is show off how terrible my printer is at keeping its axis straight and level. Ugh. Part of this problem, by the way, was that the third roller on the x-axis was not tightened all the way. I think too many collisions with boogers in PETG had loosened it over time. And I don't want to over tighten the nylon rollers because they tend to get eaten up. So we're doing an entire bed level. I would program that out and do it once every 10 runs, but this process and the time that this process takes gives the printer an opportunity to heat up. So there it is. There it is. There it goes. I don't know what I can do about leveling the bar across the printer because it is uneven and it springs back into being uneven. Now that's amplified by the fact that this lens is a little bit fisheye and it's also at an angle. My wonderful Pixel 6 camera gives me a little angle measurement when I take a picture. So you guys can all know that when I take a Dutch angle picture of the puppy, I can see what angle it's at and I'm ignoring it. I know that it's terrible and I am ignoring it. I think what will happen now is we will print this. I think it'll all go back together. I'll piece it all back together. We'll put the router back together, and that'll be it for today. And then I can work on uploading all of my static IP settings into the new router and get that all working. It's corgi. Shouldn't it be at an English? Yeah, give it a little bit of the English. It's a fluffy corgi, so I don't know how English fluffy corgis are. Red Loctite. I think that's what I have in the drawer. I don't have a lot of it though, but the super glue that Loctite makes is pretty good. That Loctite super glue, like and I've talked about this already, and I shouldn't just keep going over my same topics again and again, but every now and then I'll see a thread on Reddit where people are talking about how obscenely unfair and anti-consumer it is that they have this big case for the super glue, and there's only a little tiny tube of super glue in it. But it's like they list on the packaging what the size of the super glue tube is, and that applicator handle thing is actually, it's really good actually, to be honest. It really gives you a lot of control. Oh, I can't take the booger off of the nozzle. It's already started. But yeah, it really helps you control what's coming out of the little squeezy thing. And then also, one of the big things that I love about it is that it, what do you call it? The little metal tube, you can get all the glue out of it, and you don't have a situation where the metal tube breaks and you get super glue on your hand. Which I hate. I hate it. I hate having super glue in my hand. It doesn't flex, and I flex. I flex a lot. I'm actually constantly flexing. So it just helps. Overall, I think it's overall an improvement. And I know it's a little wasteful to have all that plastic there, but I don't know. Probably makes the super glue tube a little bit more expensive than just getting a bare tube. All right, that seems to be printing all right. Come back over here. The new Loctite bottles are amazing. The glue actually stays usable forever. That too. You know, that bottle of super glue that I've got sitting in this thing, I ordered like months ago, and it's just always ready to go. I always hated when the bottle would like crack, and then you would get super glue all over everything. You'd wait for it to solidify, and then you could use this, like one more squirt. But then by then, all of your glue's gone off. Yes, sure. So the only problem that we might run into is that the filament is unable to cool enough, and when we go to put a layer on top of a layer, it'll squish down, and then that'll end up altering the size of our holes. That's where the repair ream should come in handy, but I think it's using those tools too much means you probably should fix the design a little bit. So we'll see what happens here. I think we're in good shape. I think this will finish. I can piece everything back together. We'll see what it's like to screw an SMA cable into it. All right, what did you guys eat? Why are you all sitting over there farting? One of the cool SMA things that I've had squirreled away, I've never gotten an opportunity to use, and that is the SMA cover. I've never gotten the opportunity to use. The other thing that I've never gotten the opportunity to use is my other favorite thing, which are the what are they called? Dummy load. The dummy load. This will give like a 10 ohm load on your device, and then you can either test it at a much lower operating level while the device itself is going crazy. It'll also protect your device if you don't have an antenna plugged in. Yeah, these things are awesome, but I never get to use them. They're really cool looking. But the other thing that I never get to use are these. The SMA cap. Just a little grounded cap with a little rubber on it, so that if you want to, for instance, put a dummy load on this, and you don't even want that operating as an antenna, you put this over it. And now you can plug this into a radio device that's going to try to transmit, and you won't ruin your device. Because you can sometimes damage transmitting stuff by not having proper... You don't give it the ability to properly resonate, and then feedback gets back into your stuff and breaks it. That's a fartnado. I can't think of anything I want less than that. But I think if I tried, I could find something that I'd want less than that. Oh, I did have some... Oh, God, these are really grody. These are really grody looking. Ugh. Okay. Back to 3D printing. I like the RF bin. We never get to use the RF bin. We are approximately halfway through. Halfway through the album. Halfway through the bottle of liquor. A friend of mine had that CD. It was a CD that he found during a security guard job. And he played it constantly in his car, and we both didn't like the album at all. He would play it as a means by which to torture himself and everybody around him. And so eventually I grabbed it and I spiked it on the ground, and it exploded. Fartnado. Like a fart NATO. Everybody's gangster until all of the NATO fart transponders turn off. Why does it look like part of the solid is like completely missing? Hold on a minute. I guess it's just larger radius. It looks significantly larger though. Weird. Who the hell is adding me while I'm on stream? Only like TurboNAD does that. Oh, the picture of the router. I don't like looking at Discord while I'm streaming. Almost done. We're almost there, chat. We have to do this. We have to let it cool just for a minute, and we'll piece everything else together. I'll be like having a conversation with TurboNAD and then realize that he's online. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop it. Go pay attention to your stream. This has been a bit of a podcast today, and I didn't really have any topics lined up just because the nature of 3D printing is you are hitting a go button, but you're not allowed to get away. You can't get too far away from it. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you can't do anything about it. That's one of the things about, like, the puppy is not allowed in the shop yet. She's upstairs, and I'd have to bring her downstairs, and she doesn't really know how to tell me she needs to go out. And there's all kinds of, like, stuff that I need to vacuum and clean up down here. So the dog has been upstairs, and so I have been unable to do things like this. Like, hit a print on a 3D print, and then listen to it while doing other stuff. But we're getting there. I'm getting back into the swing of things. I do mean to be streaming more. I've been like absent for a week, and that's like murder to your channel. Third iteration of the simplest shape I could come up with to do this task. Hey, at least the shiny glass end is going to be sticking out of the thing. Every time I walk by it, it'll catch the light on this matte black device. I really want to do that week of My Summer Car, but pivoting over to gaming is not great for me. we need to do a Saturday stream. I'm gonna have to see what Saturday's like this week to see if we can play some games on Saturday, have some fun. I've been meaning to do Cursed Halo co-op with a friend of mine, but I don't know if we're organized enough yet to be able to do that. Privately, I've been trying to finish the new Far Cry game with him, which has been decently fun. I mean, it's the same game. It's fun, still fun. They added a whole pet system that we immediately turned off because it was kind of weird and made the game easy. Like, what is this? What are you doing, Ubisoft? You're making your own game easy. It's like with Far Cry 5, which is still by far my favorite Far Cry. Far Cry 5, during our initial playthrough of the game, we got the MG42. I got that with whatever Ubi bucks they, give you for buying the game. And that made the game so incredibly easy. It was too easy. So that was a mistake. I'm not going to do that again. Printing layer by layer. Piece by piece. Poop by poop. I don't know. Some people have expressed interest in just having a 3D printing channel. I don't have enough stuff churning out of my 3D printer to really support that, but I can't believe Cat Jam is also Thurston Waffles. I did not know that. So this new generation of graphics cards are going to require 1,200 watt power supplies on computers, huh? So we're back into the kilowatt range. How do you even? I mean, you could accidentally grab a what is it? Oh crap! What was the name? ISA cable or whatever the power cable's called. I forget what the name of that is. The power plug. You could grab one, plug that into your 1,200 watt power supply, and potentially have a significant amount of heat in that cable because it doesn't have the right gauge wires. Some of them are lower wattage than others, and so that's kind of a concern if you've got your 4090 running with a 1,200 watt power supply and you're loading up that card. It's actually kind of amazing. I mean, mini ITX builds with the 4090 are going to be comedic. You might as well just mount everything to the graphics card at that point. Yeah, how much? So what a 1,200, 120 over 1,200, 1,200 watt power supply. What are you doing? Like 10 amps? Is that right? It'd be 10 times 120, which for some reason I have to punch into a calculator because I'm so dumb. Yeah, it's 10 amps at 120 volts. 10 and 15 are the fuses you typically see. So I don't know how many 10 amp fuses you do. Maybe in like light socket power outlets. Yeah, you could overload stuff pretty easily. 5 amps for the lights that you put inside the computer. You got 5 amps of lights, and then you got 10 amps of raw computing power that's turning electricity into heat so that you can play a click-through hentai game with two-dimensional art. Yes, this is a modified, well, specifically it's a modified Creality CR10S with a Titan Aero direct drive hot end, and then a lot of custom stuff that I did in order to route all of the power, all of the different things that need to plug in. I routed them all through drag chains, and then have circuit boards that are holding like a DB37 connector, as well as the two high current radio connectors that originally donned the CR10. I've got my own custom controller, which is an SKR, I think V3 or something like that. I forget, but it's I don't know. I like the setup now. I think it works really well. Were I to do it again, I don't know what I'd do. Maybe I'd do a Voron, just because it has Vor in the name. But yeah, I like this setup, and this is running Clipper as well, so it actually doesn't need all the processing power that it has. But I can get 16 amps in the UK if I rip the oven out of the kitchen. I have 25s in the shop. Oh yeah, if you have three 4K 30-inch monitors and your favorite lamp, and I don't know, an RGB keyboard's not going to draw that much current. Look at that oozing. That is ridiculous. I don't know what to put in my G code to make that stop. I need to look that up. Look at all that oozing. Oh, you disgust me. Ah, stop it. Look at that. Rewired all my outlets to be 12 gauge wire on a 20 amp breaker. Yeah, we redid this whole room. This room was like a workout room. And so naturally the place for the engineer in the house is the fucking basement always. I hate basements. I'm always in basements. I've been in basements since like, God, my whole fucking life. I hate it. I really would like to be topside where I can maybe, you know, see a cloud every now and then. Yeah, I got a drippy tippy. But yeah, anyway, we redid this whole room. So this is like everything I own in life is in here. And we've got just a little bit more current. I'm in the attic. Attics, I guess I could... Addiction? No, attic, ATT. I guess I could do... It's just they get very hot. And I have something against being warm. Mainly because I'm giant. Yeah, stairs to attics are typically very, very steep, huh? We gotta let this cool down just a little bit, so we're waiting on that. We wait for it to cool, and then I can pluck the adapters from here. For those that don't know, what we were working on today is this. Well, the router that's sitting on my desk. I wanted to add SMA plugs to it, but ASUS decided that it didn't need them. So we took a bunch of measurements, and now we're in sort of the iterative part of the design, where I play with the numbers until stuff kind of fits together properly. We don't have a lot of space on this thing, so just doing an adapter wouldn't work because then this would spin. So if I just did like a disk that has the SMA plug in it, I could add all the mounting hardware my heart desires, and there just wouldn't be, it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't grip this at all. So I had to add this part up here, and once you do that, you've got 4 millimeters plus 2, 6 millimeters is all that you have. If you added more to this, it's not a long SMA panel mount. It's a very stubby one. So you would not, your plugs internal to the SMA connector wouldn't connect. So we have no choice but to print this and get it to interference fit with everything, which means a lot of iterative design goes on. There's a lot of tweaking of numbers just very slightly. It's also kind of difficult to do all the radiuses with a pair of calipers on this scale. I have a window at 45 degrees just above my setup so I can watch the stars. That is pretty cool. I like that. That is cool. There's the old meme with the telescope where it's like a astronomer pervert, depending on the angle of the telescope. What you need is, since the window's on that 45-degree angle, this thing comes up on Reddit all the time. I think it's a German company that makes it, or maybe it's just a German house, where the skylight opens vertically and then is held up so that you can walk just out into that space. You could have a nice, like, little balcony that you could make by putting the skylight up. How we doing on heat? Oh, we're still going. I want to give it just a little bit longer. I want it to cool off properly so that I don't distort any of these parts. I want them to come off of the press in the right shape, and we'll see. Yeah, they're probably really expensive, aren't they? I guess it's good that they're expensive. You don't want something like that to break. Although it's not like you're walking out onto a balcony. Waiting, waiting, waiting. We're just waiting for things to cool down. I can't force the issue at all, unfortunately. We don't need this pin out at the moment. Oh, we're almost there. I wonder, it's too bad. I don't think there are any internal LEDs on this thing that are facing the back panel. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It would be cool, though, because we printed this in a translucent material. My basement windows are taller than yours. This is a tall house. This house is built for tall people, and I'm not tall. I'm a tall roommate, but I'm not tall. So it doesn't fit me. What is that? What is that? It's just like an oval opening that's... Oh, is it for... Yeah, that holds down the can. I get it. RF can. I'm looking at this board. I'm just looking to see if there's any possibility of there being an LED on the back surface of this thing. Doesn't look like it, though. Doesn't look like it. It's too bad, because the translucent filament would show that. It can light up. Done a lot of cool lighting things with translucent filament before. Cooling. Only put windows on 3 sides of the basement. I mean, I've only got the one. I've only got the one. But we can yeah, we can only put windows on 1 side of the basement. We've already got 2. I don't need more. I don't want to look up from a basement. I don't like that. I just don't like it. I think it's weird. My brother has an escape from his basement. So it's like you look outside the window and it's just this like corrugated half tube that goes up. So if you look out the window, you just see a metal staircase. I guess he had to put it in as an egress, a fire egress, so that he could have a bedroom in the basement. But it's so weird looking. It looks like you're in fucking like Half-Life prison. We don't have that down here, so we're not allowed to have a bedroom down here. That's why it became MySpace. Dun dun dun. All right, we're almost there. We're almost at the intersection line. Wah! Sorry, wrong scene. It's the reason for the window up here. What, for fire egress? What do you have, like a rope ladder on it or something? I think the window is necessary so that I can feel like a human being and I can look outside instead of having 4 beige walls surrounding me at all times. I really wish I could go top side of the setup. I would love to do this out of a garage. Even though it would get hot and cold, like I'd have to wear like a winter coat in a garage in order to do this stuff, at least on top side. You know? At least I'm not like a creature that's stored in the basement. The window is for Window Cat. I have not seen Window Cat in a fair amount of time, and now we have a dog. So I don't know what the ultimate fate of Window Cat will be. It's been all summer, and I haven't heard the birds protesting a cat walking around. Because they do that. You'll hear the birds freaking out outside if there's a cat wandering around. This neighborhood, people don't have cats for some reason. It's all dogs. Everybody has dogs here. I've met so many people just taking our little potato out for a walk. Our little poop potato. But no cats. Nobody really has cats. So it's interesting to hear all of the noises that are made. What we do have around here are frogs. We have tons of frogs around here. There's a body of water nearby. And so night before last, I was taking Willow, our little corgi puppy, for a walk, and she stopped and sniffed something. I'm like, what are you doing? There's a toad. About fist-sized toad. Just proudly standing there like, yeah, I'm a toad. I'm standing there. So she sniffed it once. It didn't move. Lucky for it, it didn't try to jump away. Because I'm not about to get a frickin' toad out of my dog's mouth. I'd have to, because apparently they're poisonous. But yeah, big toad just sitting there, proudly standing. And the dog sniffed it, and she was a little bit tired. She just moved on. I'm very lucky in that. I don't want to extract a toad from a dog. I'm not. That's not something I want to have to do. She almost ate a bee, the freaking dog. Dog almost ate a bee. The problem with the dog eating a bee is not that the dog will get stung by the bee. It's that the bee gets very angry, and I wore yellow. And so the bee started buzzing me. I didn't try to eat you, bee. Get away from me. But the dog almost threw me under the bus. She was going to get me stung by a bee. Because she decided to eat it, not me. What a jerk. What an a-hole this dog is. No, she's a wonderful, lovely dog. I love her to death. She's an instant part of the family. And if you're interested in learning anything about the dog, I've opened a pet section of the channel for people to post pictures of pets they've taken. That's an important part of the rule. It's not just like any animals or anything like that. I will delete stuff quietly if that's the case. It's for pictures you've taken of pets. That way, it's still a little bit personal. It's not just pet memes and stuff. I mean, pet memes are probably okay, but I mean, for the most part, it's just so that people can share aminals that they're a little bit more invested in. She's got to eat a few bees to figure... Yeah, I think if she snaps at a bee and it stings her, I don't know if she will learn that bees are the things that stung her. I don't know. I don't know if she's quite there yet. She's a very smart dog, but she's smart for a dog, which means if I tell her she's not allowed to do something, she'll circle around and then go for it again. And I'm like, you're very smart, but you're not smart. She has intelligence and not wisdom. I gotta be careful doing this because this will like fly into my hand. Generally the rules are if I get arterial spray, we'll stop stream. So just be aware. Generally, arterial spray is where I'm drawing the line. You gotta draw a line in the sand. There's a limit. What am I gonna put up with today? Arterial spray? No. Not likely. Okay. Draw a line in the flesh. Oh, God. Not a Cenobite. God damn it. How is this still so cursed? Is it an alignment? It's hitting up against something. I think there's a... Something's up in here. Yeah, it's hitting up against more boogers. More boogers in the plastic. I demand more boogers in the plastic. Where are the boogers? Where are they? I was told there would be boogers. Okay, that's that side. Let's see if I can get this side to be opened up a little bit. Just kind of trying to get rid of all the little bits of filament. Because it's not like I want it to actually... That blood had valuable insulin in it, yeah. Yeah. Wait, is the flat part on the opposite side? It shouldn't be. Oh, it is. I've been trying to put it in backwards. I'll chalk that one up to inexperience. All right. Actually goes in like that. Ow! I just poked myself with the SMA. Yeah, that almost fit completely. Okay, so that should be pressable. Let's see. Move the electronics. Move the electronics and see if we can actually succeed at a thing today. That'd be rare. That'd be very rare. Very rare. Very rare. Ah, it's already in there. Oh God, which ones are which? These are the old ones. I think. I'll put them all over there. Hopefully those are the old ones. Where's the one I was working on? It's right here. Or is it? Wait a minute. Son of a bitch. I lost track of everything. Here's the one that I was cutting. I think it's this one. But there's like boogers all over this one. It doesn't look like I cut it. No, I think I did. Yeah, okay. That one fits there. Okay, a little bit, no, no, that's the... a little further out. There you go. Okay, so that, and then this, looks like it's got to face the opposite direction that I wanted. No, wait, it faces up. Okay, that's good. So we can get this here, facing up. Facing up. There's like nothing for me to grip back in the back of this thing, and I don't really necessarily want to... And the pliers are usually pretty good with that, but... if I could get a thread or two in the front here, I could probably use a wrench to tighten it, but... And I don't want to damage the plastic this way. Ow! Jesus Christ, that hurt a lot. Like, fucking destroyed my hand. All right. Yep, that's in. How breakable is it? It's not bad. Let me do this. Let me just tighten this down on it. That'll press it in place a little bit more. Press down on it. I didn't get out my SMA wrench, so so I have to use this, which is a fairly gnarly thing to use because it'll eat up the edges of everything. All right, SMA plug, pressure fit. It scraped the plastic a little bit when I was spinning it like that, but that should hold that in place. And then I take this, I should be able to tighten this down. Pretty effective, actually, to be honest. And if I just keep it from spinning, I mean, I could probably do with putting a washer on that side. Probably, but I just don't have the space for it. Because eventually, I mean, if I do this, if I bump this, it'll just fall out. So I don't know. Chat working. I read your message earlier. I read it aloud. Chat's working. It's just very quiet. I think everybody's going home. I think that's usually what happens is I run into that time of the day when people go home. My chat tends to get quiet, which is not good for SEO, but I don't care. I'm not going to stress too much over it. These are a lot thinner. I wonder... I don't think that'll affect anything. All right, let's put this whole thing back together. Let's put it all back together and make it into a router. And then I can struggle with all the settings and stuff. I don't know if I'll do it tonight or tomorrow. I don't know when I'll do that. If I don't stream tomorrow, it's because I'm having internet issues, for obvious reasons. For obvious reasons. Hey, he probably blew up his internet. Actually, if I fuck it up, I'll probably take out the whole house. My whole house exploded. I've been meaning to do this. I'm glad we did this today, because this is something that I needed to get done. Transitioning to the new router. The old router, of course, forced... Ow, I poked my finger. Look at it. It's like the old school diabetes days where you had to... Well, you didn't prick a finger there. You do it on the sides. But, ow, that really hurt. What if you made purple Loctite? It's both permanent and impermanent. Like my object permanence. I think that one might be the wrong size. I'm going to spend all this time cleaning out like the wrong sized adapter. Cutting myself, whatever. After that prick, I'm probably going to use this method to work with the knife, which is to not cut near any of my limbs, completely separate it. See, you got to make sure that the path of the knife is clear, and it's hard to do with small parts. So here I am almost eviscerating myself constantly. This one I can't help but do this way. All right. Leaving it a little rough because I want that pressure fit. Well, these... I have a lot of these bolts left over. I'll put those in the RF bin. Bleeding is toss. It actually kind of is. I can cite medical reasons. I mean, you always bleed for medical reasons no matter what. If it was on purpose, if I pricked myself with a knife on purpose, I could get in a lot of trouble with Twitch. But that was an accidental knife accident. I said accident twice, but whatever. It wasn't intentional, so I'm fine. Yeah, it would have been nice if I had like something on the back here to do the pressure on both sides, and then it would completely professionally be mounted. But alas. All ass, alas. Ow! Keep poking myself with the SMA end. I don't like it. Leaking the HP, you call it the HP sauce. I could do this in 2 parts, because we've got a whole 4 millimeters, so I could make a donut on the one side. I would have to do 1 millimeter on each side, so this end would have to just have 2 awkward looking wings, and then this end, I don't think I could do that actually, because of the depth of this. This thing is a whole 2 millimeters that I have to take off of the design, and then I need 1 millimeter on either end, and that would only give me 1 extra millimeter here, and then you'd have the 2 millimeter nut. It would hold it a lot better if I could do that, but it's not on the cards. Everything's too thick. So I guess we'll just leave it the way it is. And then do this to tighten it down. I could probably alter the part a little bit more and make it more of a press fit if I need to. I don't suspect I'll need to, though. Problem is, when I do this, it's pulling and twisting this piece, which barely has any lip to it. All right, loosen that up. That's 2. Test it out. Yeah, I believe that makes contact. I mean, I guess we need to test it. I can use the multimeter for that. Oh yeah, let's get all these magnets together. Jesus. Stupid thing. I like being able to throw the multimeter up on like the magnet or the metal parts of the desk, but having that giant rare earth magnet on the back of the multimeter is kind of a hassle a lot of the time, because it just sticks to everything. Yowie wowie, that's not a lot of ohms. Okay, cool. So those do connect, and they make a good connection. I could probably push my luck and see if adding any extra hardware makes it fit even better. Like, for instance, the 1 wide washer on this thing. I'm going to try that with this one. Let's try that with this one. Let's leave the widest washer in here, this one, and see if that... Oh, see if that catches, or if it doesn't... Actually, hold on. Actually, instead of pressing my luck and having to disassemble the whole thing, I can just either drop this thing in and just see how it reacts, or I could try putting the net on it and see if we get a connection on this. That's not going to connect. There's no way. Even though the SMA did poke me, I don't think it's going to create enough of a good connection. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, the multimeter's off. Yeah, I'm super smart. Yeah, you know me. So smart. Really? Wait a minute. Are you for real? Whoa. Okay. All right. Huh. Well, now I'm faced with a choice. I think it would be pushing my luck if I did both the, because I really need both of these. I need the washer and the nut in order to hold this whole thing together. And in that case, I probably would do better with like a 1 millimeter thing on the end there. But if I do the nut, I still get a connection. What about nut and washer? Let's see if that pushes it too far. This isn't really going to accurately represent the depth that I get. They gave like one thread. Yeah, I can't even get a grip. It won't even grip the threads of the washer in there, so I can't do that. But I could do the nut. I could also just do the washer, and then that would keep this from falling, or from machining itself out this way. No, I don't want to alter it. That's why we're going through this whole effort. I don't want to alter the plastic of this thing. All right, we'll just continue to do press fit. I think this is just fine. And I'm only going to have to screw these in so many times during the lifetime of this device. I mean, the other thing to do would be to... No, that wouldn't work. No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Let me find a good example of it. That one's a little stringy on the inside. This one looks okay. Maybe make this work. Yes. Using knives. Lots and lots of knives. Glue. I'm not gluing. Jeez. Come on. Look, this works. It's a little... I'm just looking at some of new pieces of information regarding fastening this thing permanently. This works. And if I could do the follow-through and get some of that hardware in there, that would be nice. What I could do, if I really was pressed for this, buy longer SMA panel mount connectors. Because the longer one would, of course, give me more threads to work with. And they exist. I have them. And they're over there. But this is fine. This is fine. This will work fine. It's a little bit of 3D printing, a little bit of online purchasing, and a little bit of device alteration that I didn't want to have to go through, but fucking Asus. Like, why would they do this? Just friggin'... I mean, I guess most people using their product wouldn't need it. I think you need to... I forget. It's like the next model up or something that has the connectors on it or something. I think. But I spent the money on this thing. I'm going to make it work. And this has been kind of a fun little stream where I get to show 3D printing and whatnot. Working out. Doing something. Modifying something. That's what I live for, chat. I live for this shit. I live for it. I love it. I love it. Ah, fucking... the little reverse polarity part keeps poking me in the freaking hand. My hand! My freaking hand! Hello? Can we get that last little... Okay, alright. Force the issue. Here, come back over here. Whew, we're almost there. Why do you not do this? The other thing I could do is use the vise as a little pad that I could work against, but... What the hell? Why is this fighting me so much? What is this? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Why would you do this? Why? 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 Try just tilting it a little bit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not accidentally cut my $5 in connector here. I think the whole kit was like $10, I think. I forget. It wasn't expensive, but... Unsanctioned Asus modifications. Okay, I might do it. I just don't want to poke my finger again. Why is this thing resisting? I don't think it's one of the old ones. No, it's not, because see, that just happened. You're right, it could have been one of the old ones. I wouldn't have known. Do I have this size wrench with me? I don't think I do. What do I have? I got this one. I think this is smaller than SMA. Yeah, it's way smaller. Oh, I literally have an SMA wrench. I always seem to have one of these nearby. Basically 5/16. I just don't want to overdo it with this because it'll machine the back end into the plastic, and I don't want that. I just want to press it a little bit. Does that work in these? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's starting to bite in. I need to loosen it again. And there's that one. Hello? There we go. Okay. Next. Who's next? I was struggling to remember AVE earlier, and I literally have his ruler sitting over to my left. That's a little insight into how streamer brain affects people in their day-to-day. Streamer brain occurs in every streamer. Talk to your friends about streamer brain. Somebody could be suffering silently from streamer brain, and you won't even know it. I had a friend who was affected by streamer brain. He couldn't even do addition on stream. It was beef brain, early stage beef brain. His stream just rotted his brain. There's no way to prevent it. All right, let's see here. Almost there. I don't know what I want to do on Friday. I don't know what I want to do. Usually we take stuff apart on Friday. It'd be more like this. It's more like a Friday kind of thing. But I woke up super late. I have a big headache. And I decided to take it easy because I got a little bit of 3D printing to do now. I use all four. Yeah, you have to. What are you talking about? This, I think this router, they were talking about this router does something with like breakneck timing of RF signals in order to form like a beam. So I'm going to put all four of my low gain antennas in a line up on top of this thing, up on top of the rack. OBS, yeah. If your loved one has had contact with OBS, you may be eligible for compensation. And then it's a lawyer wearing a cowboy hat with an insert city green screen behind them. Possible that this will fit. Possible. Probable? No. Possible? Yes. Actually did work. Okay, that one works. The question is whether or not the next piece will actually insert properly. So where's my last one? Where did it go? It's all the way over here. Got him. Got him. And then loosen this up. Nah! Bah! Okay. And then this one's going to be tough because there's not a lot of room over here. I guess the other one had not a lot of room too. Is it like asymmetrical? No. I'm glad this partially worked out. I mean, it's not exactly what I wanted to do, but it is a decent modification. I wish I could uncurl those better. Here, you uncurl. That didn't work at all. That didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. It did nothing. It did next to nothing. Ow, you fucking asshole. I hate these. They keep poking me in the finger. I need like a special wrench to tighten this up. God, these things keep fucking poking me. I don't want to get poked again. I just don't want it. There's I think a little piece of plastic that it's like gonna overcome or something. Ow, jeez. Freaking thing sucks. This thing sucks. Who built this? Who designed this crap? Doesn't even work. Maybe if I do this, and then, God, this is cursed. This is cursed. I'm gonna slip and cut the SMA cable, aren't I? That doesn't work at all. Let's see. Could also do this so that I have something that surrounds it. Is that gonna... Oh, not really, actually. That doesn't work at all. I told you guys it didn't work, and you didn't listen to me. What else? What else? I have this. That'll surround it. It's a little big, but it allows me to get behind this thing and push it down. All right, maybe it doesn't. maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm completely full of shit. Perhaps. If I had like one thread that I could get to, this thing would press in very easily. I already poked my finger. I don't want to do that again. Ah! Okay, there goes that. What else do I have? I have all kinds of tools for doing shit like this. I just don't have the right ones in front of me right now. I don't have the right ones in front of me. That's a problem. And I don't want to stress this thing out and like break it. Push down on this side of this. And then we take this other tool. The problem is if this succeeds, I might poke the shit out of my finger again. There it goes. Yeah, that's just a matter of leverage. Jeez. Because it's a plug, I can't push directly from behind. So it's not really, I mean, the interface is not that strong. Make sure this is aligned and can press in. Hey. Don't you TWSS me. I know what that means. I don't need that. I don't need that. My confidence is already shot. Look at me. I've got nothing. I don't got nothing. No, I'm just fucking around here, dude. I'm just messing around. No worries. All right. Okay. 4 ports. Look at that. Now we can actually put the router back into the router. Move these out of the way. Is that going to fit like that? I hope it does. I mean, what they had here before fat, but there we go. I just got to finagle this, just wiggle this thing into place. That was the wrong word. That was a wrong word by a long shot. I keep trying to use words, and I keep using bad, like terrible words that don't fit. They just don't work in sentences that I want them to work in. This is my burden. Yeah, well now we've got a thing where all of the lengths of these are all crazy, but whatever. At least they're equal. I wonder if this thing is... I'm whelmed. Yeah, I wonder if the lengths of the SMA cable, like the lengths of the cables, are taken into consideration with this thing. I don't know which one plugged in where. All I know is that the white one was here, and the order was black, white, blue, gray. I don't remember where they plugged in. Can I, like, go to the VOD? I'm gonna open up my own VOD. Hold on. Look at my own terrible stream. My own absolutely awful stream. Oh my God, who is that monster? Ew. Okay, and then go bop, and then go to this one. And we rewind about 11 billion hours. Here I'm bitching about that. Then I'm bitching about this. Then I'm bitching about that. Then I am... Ah, yes. And now I'm bitching about that. But before that, I was bitching about this. Damn it! My coworker just asked what I'm watching. I'm so sorry. Let's see. That's where I remove it. All the other cables are gone by then. Ah! I caught you, you little bitch. What do we got? Black, blue, gray, white. What? Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, taking photos, but I'm streaming, so I have a VOD. Yes, yes, okay. Blue, gray, black, white. Gray and black, the two outside antennae are the ones that have 2G capability. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So it's now which one? Which one's first? Which one goes first? So the first one, the second one is the one on the left. Second one is the one on the left. I feel like I'm losing my mind. So with these, they click into place. It helps to have a flat element that can't put too much pressure on what you're attaching. I have gotten away with using tweezers, but they sometimes angle these connectors at a kind of like a bad way. So I'm going to try using the tweezers, and what I'm going to do is I'll try to seat, because you're two circles, right? I'll try to seat it crooked like that, and then just coax it into place. Just kind of angle it downwards, and you feel a little click from it. You gotta be careful, because all this stuff is extremely fragile. And we're gonna block the LEDs if I do this wrong. Maybe we should come in from above, just to be nice. We'll come in from above. I'll do this. Route it around, go through what I'm supposed to go through. We just have a kind of an excess of cable in a lot of these locations. So this one's coming up and around, and this one goes to the lower one. We don't have the benefit of custom cable lengths here, and this thing is wanting to get twisted, but don't get it twisted. Give it a little twist carefully. I don't want to stress the cable out too much, because it is coaxial, and they can tend to be a little fragile. Now I got to get it positioned. I feel like I need 2 pairs of tweezers for this. I need the tweezers in order to position the wire, so I guess I'll just use a flathead screwdriver in order to just poke it down. I used to click hundreds of those. I made iridium phone antennas back in the day. Man, iridium is so cool. Anywhere on the planet, you can get information, but it's 25 cents a text message. Click. There you go. See, just press it down till it clicks. And then what you don't want to do is anything with the cable at that point. You don't want to angle it or anything like that, because it'll pop up. So I don't know how I'm going to get rid of the excess on this one. I mean, I can move this way. It doesn't really work. I would like to take up some of that, though. Well, I guess we'll just do this. Just go under the heatsink. Under the heatsink it goes. Yeah, that one's doing a big loop. So the next one in line is the white wire, which goes all the way down to the bottom. It goes all the way to there. Get that in the clippy thingy. Clippy. Hello? Clippy? I can't show any of the other parts of the install, by the way, because you know, it's my network, and I'd like to keep it kind of secure. I've mostly had security through obscurity, but you know, I kind of want to maintain a little bit of privacy. So I can't show you guys all the stuff that I'm going to do to make this active again. We gotta turn around that. So I'm just going to give that a little bend. A little bend. We can just sneak this on. I should sneak it on. Now it's still at a bit of an angle. I can kind of correct that with the screwdriver. You guys can see what I'm doing? Yeah, kind of. You're seeing it from my perspective. You're right next to my face. You're breathing on my shoulder, which I don't appreciate, chat. I really would like you to not do that. Okay, the twist is really getting on my nerves. Generally, I can work around that, but I just need to tweak it a little bit. I just don't want to harm the cable in any way, because these are nice. They're fairly sensitive to that sort of thing. They're gonna be join like an incel online group if we insult it too hard, because they're nice. Too nice. A little too nice. Not a lot of personality. Ah! No! I almost had it. I almost had it. Yeah, if you struggle with this, you're not alone. This is a common thing with these frickin' surface mount connectors. I like them. I think they work great, but they can be difficult on this end, especially if you've got a weird routing of your coax. You got to get it precisely in alignment before you attempt to click it down, otherwise you can damage it. Nope. Nope. I almost damaged it right there. Fuck. Deep breath. Deep breath. Don't have a lot of space around what I'm doing. You guys can get a closer view. I'm going to move my production window to where I can glance up at it. And I'll try again. Try again. Do it again. Yeah, see, the problem here is that I'm so far away from it. I mean, the other one went under the heatsink. I'm sure this is actually a lot easier to do with that heatsink out of the way, huh? Maybe I should move it again? Nah. That was off. That was off by a little bit. I'm not pressing hard when I make those attempts, because you can kind of feel everything get into place. Fuck. Yeah, this would be a lot easier without this thing there. All right, it'll take me 2 seconds to move. Gotta do it again. Shouldn't have put it back. Shouldn't have even come here. Get hongy. What time is it? Almost 6. I don't want these to do like hard bends, but they need to get out of the way. This one goes around like that, which is also weird. Partially why it's so hard to plug in. Damn it. I almost had it. Okay, hold on. I gotta lean in. I gotta lean in. I wanted it to go on the other side of this so that I could unplug it easily, but I'll go on the inside. That's fine. That's fine. That should be fine. That should be all right. There we go. Bada bing. All right. Next. Next one is this one. It's already going in this direction, but I'm going to route it back over here. We got enough cable on these that none of these will be hard pressed for not move. I don't know. I don't fucking know. The words aren't coming, chat. I don't know. So this one is going to be the non-2G. So that's this one up here. This would be the blue wire going to the third to last. And it's already fighting me, which is weird. You should be drama-free. It was. It was very drama-free. Unlike Twitch. Oh God, it's like Twitch. I'm watching Twitch become a celebrity magazine. I hate it. Both through the number of ads and the drama around the same four frickin' people that I don't watch or interact with in any way whatsoever. I should manufacture some drama. I should call up Djibouti Show and see if we could do something stupid and have a feud. Like, those Djibouti Show guys are such assholes. I can't even believe that they said what they said about my dog. Uh-oh. There we go. They said she was cute. A cute puppy. I can't believe it. All right. So hopefully I didn't damage the antenna wires in doing that, because these can be fairly fragile, to be honest. But I don't know. The routing of the wires is all over the place because they're not cut to bespoke lengths. Sorry, cut to specific lengths, I should say. Not bespoke. I'm not happy with this going around like that. I'm going to move it to the other side, which means unplugging it. Which is unfortunate because it's going to be a total hassle to plug back in. But I'm feeling a little confident. Which is a problem usually, but we'll roll with it today. There we go. Yeah, see? Confidence well placed. Well placed confidence. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's gorgeous. Okay, so there's that. That's fine. Put the cover, the heatsink back on, and then I can do all of the setup. I'll just snap the enclosure back together while y'all are here. I don't watch those types of streams, yeah. Yup. Not going to say that I don't like drama. Just because I spent a little bit of time researching that yesterday. I still don't know what the fuck it's about, but bespoke is the British word, but it means that something is like promised to somebody, right? It doesn't mean what I'm using it for, which is a problem, and I need to now unlearn the word in that context. You know, bespoke. Oh, that's bespoke. It means somebody is picking it up or something. It's spoken for, you know? It doesn't mean whatever the hell I'm doing with the word. I'm doing all kinds of weird shit with this word that's not supposed to. It's not made for that. I'm going to strip the threads on that word. Okay. New antenna, who dis? So now I have SMA plugs because I can't be asked to work within the boundaries that are set out for me by a company. This is engineering. That's what this is. This is like the purest, engineeriest form of engineering. Is I don't like how X do, so I make do different or more. That is the essence. I hate drama. Well, that makes one of us. It would be actually really funny to manufacture some drama. What is this push up against? Hopefully nothing that I'm doing here. Nope, it pushes up against the heatsink. Okay, good. I had to be sure. I had to be sure that that wasn't going to interfere with what I was doing. Now, this thing snapped apart really nicely. Let's see if it snaps together really nicely. Oh my goodness, it does. That's a downright pleasure to snap together. Snapping it apart was a little bit stressful because we didn't know if we were doing the right thing. But that is a very smart looking router. Looks a little bit like a, I don't know, it's like a, I don't even know what to describe this shape as. It's like a cable box or like a robot's hat brim. But now I have the plugs that I need in order to run the antenna that I want. Hopefully that doesn't mess up any of the dynamics of the router and how it operates. Under finger tightness, yeah, I was trying to get there, Turbonad, but I didn't get there. I went with hat brim, but I think codpiece is much better. Yeah, that's good. I was gonna say like you know, robot genitals, but I don't know, it wasn't really like that. What did I do with the pads? What did I do with the pads? That's a great question that I don't have the answer for. Ah, there they are. They're on my desk, up on the shelf. I think you would call that bespoke. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Yeah, it's the cod piece for gamers. Yeah. Yeah. God, I hate gamers. I hate them. I really do. Nothing's good enough for gamers. What happened to the fourth one, though? That's a great question. I think it dropped down, much like my balls. But then where did it go from there? Oh, wow, I really bent my ground pen, didn't I? I have to get new probes for that multimeter soon. If I were a little piece of rubber, and I'm not saying I'm not, I had the little pieces of rubber right here. I would fall, given gravity, there. Is it on the SKR? No, it's not. Underburn the subs. I do not see it. Great, 3 out of 4 feet. Just what I needed. Just what I needed out of this fucking thing. Ah, oh, damn it. I should have kept him with the enclosure, I guess. Is that one over there? This is all stuff that I got out of storage, including a bearing for my Porsche that I'll never use, and I just keep it there. I just hold on to it in that location. Vaguely on camera, vaguely not. The Supervillain 4000 series of NVIDIA cards. Well, what's really important about your router is that it does not show up on a radar signature. So all of these angles are actually very carefully planned in order to dissipate RF energy so it doesn't show up in an active radar. That router won't work for me. I have fiber straight to the router. Nobody asked. And I'm willing to nobody asked you on that because I'm jealous. Fucker. Nobody asked. I want fiber. I want fiber directly into the back of my fucking computer. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. That's what we had in the government. When I worked in the government, we had government network that had government fiber optic that went into the back of your government computer, and it was government fast. Good Lord, was that fucking fast. Good Lord, was that fast. The other part of that is no interference too. This is going to bug me forever. I am never going to get over this because it probably stuck to something else and I don't know where that is. The problem with that is that, I mean, I can cut new feet. I've got foot material somewhere around here, but like right now, this thing, flat surface. Oh, hold on, there's stuff under it. Flat surface. It wobbles, and it's going to drive me nuts. They decided to do that thing where they had the device feet and they put screws under them, which is the most irritating thing I think a product designer can do, is to put the device's feet directly over top of screw holes. Okay. Well, if it was here and it fell here, I could have possibly thrown it out, or it got stuck to something. We were looking at all kinds of... I mean, this router's been pulled apart for quite some time. That's the only problem. It's been pulled apart for a couple weeks now. And maybe a week. Maybe a little over a week. Somewhere around there. And so that foot could have wandered just about anywhere. There's a very wide radius for something like that now at this juncture. And the problem is, when I do find it, I won't know what it is. I'm gonna find it in like 8 months. I just simply will not know what it is. Yeah, oh well, 3 out of 4 feet. I guess I could just run it without the feet, but that, I don't know. I'd rather have it. Rather have the feet. Is that still up here and I'm just not noticing it? No. Nah, it gone. It gone far. It go way away. It in the far away now. I could cut new feet. That's not optical. Oh, the CD, yeah. Files from an old job. I was like, what are you talking about? That's a click disc. No, you're talking about the CD. CDs, no, we're not going to go there. It's gone. It's not here. It is not. It just isn't. Man, that's irritating. That is really irritating. I don't think I have this exact material. I have silicon pad that I could cut to go under there, but that's it. I'll put this in vertical mode so that it's, you just observe, see if there's a device foot stuck to any, ooh, I gotta be careful not to jettison the glass onto anything that I care about, including itself. I don't want the glass to break is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I don't see a foot stuck to this anywhere because this is leaning in that area. It might have taken out that sticky. It gone. It far away. It's no longer here. It's probably in the bottom of a shoe somewhere. Unless it's like right down here and stuck to the floor. Nope. I ain't see it. Damn. That's really irritating, you know? I put it there and I didn't like stick them very hard. I just kind of like placed them in that spot. Wait a minute, I didn't even put the screws in the fucking thing. Oh god, I'm so dumb. All right. No, I simply forgot the screws. The clips are doing a perfectly fine job holding this whole thing together, to be honest. I don't think I'll put the feet back on it. Feet back on it. I can't show you guys any of the subsequent steps because it gets into privacy concerns. So now what I do with these plastic screws, by the way, when they manufacture these things, they don't put threads on the posts that hold it together. What they do is they rely on the screw to go into the plastic and create enough pressure to either machine its own threads or to just have enough pressure so that it can hold the device together for its entire lifetime. It's a very cheap way of doing things. The problem is when people like you and me, us assholes, come in here and try to alter our devices and then have to take off the one-time cover and put it back on effectively, we run into the fact that these threads are not originally there. And so when you go to screw your screw back in, you could cross-thread it and not even notice. And it's not that that's a big deal. If you do it a lot, then your screw holes can become loose. That's why in 3D printing and on like battery covers and stuff, you'll have a brass insert. Brass insert's there for something that you're going to constantly be screwing and unscrewing. You don't want to use those to hold a device together. Having a pressure fit on the threads of the screws is perfectly cromulent, and there's a lot of different products that do that. In order to take advantage of the fact that they are doing that, and there are these threads that are machined into the thing, what I do, place the screw in, put a little bit of pressure on it, not a lot, go backwards, unscrew your screw until you feel a little click. And that click is the two ramps, the machined screw hole and the screws ramp, because a screw is a simple machine. It's just a circular or a spiraling ramp. So when those two ramps interface with one another, the very ends of them will go bonk, and that's what you're feeling. So once you get that, you know that you are aligned with the pseudo threads that were machined originally by the screw, for the screw, and you can go forward from there. If you miss, there's a lot of pressure against your screwing. So pop and then go forward. Bada bing. There you go. That's how you take apart a device. I don't have any feet on this thing. That's annoying. But yeah, look at that. It almost looks OEM. If we printed this in a color that didn't speak DIY, then this thing, let's get a little closer. Yeah, I try to go into lessons like that. I hope it helps somebody. These RPSMAs, they do make pretty decent contact from the very beginning. You don't need a ton of threads in order to make contact. Now, it's nice to have them there, but we got, I think, as many as we can possibly do. and that creates, I mean, I ohmed it out. It was very low ohms. It is making a connection there. So now I will be able to plug in my 4. I don't have a full-size antenna yet for the 4th one. I don't know if it was a pack of 3. It must have been a pack of 3. Oh, they're Asus brand. I didn't know that. Oh, no, wait. The one is an Asus. The other 2 are different. Ah, weird. I've got these giant antennas sitting up on top of the rack mount case, and they're supposed to bring my network to all of my devices, but I figured I had to get a more modern one because my phone was doing some weird shit. And since my phone is both my insulin, it's both my pancreas and my only form of contact, I figure I should do a good job of getting Wi-Fi to it. So, new router, who dish, big antennae on the back. I added SMA connectors. Not a terrible mod. We did have to do a little bit of 3D printing. Maybe someday it'll help somebody. But for now, that's it. That's all I got. We're going to neaten up. Well, I'm going to do this before I forget. Grab this whole thing. And actually, we could probably take these, too. What were these for? If those cover SMA, I don't need them, but I'll keep them. And then I got a puppy to go play with. I got to go tire out the puppy so she's not going to bother people. So I will leave you guys to your own devices. You guys can figure out where you want to go from here. I'm not going to do a raid. There's a lot going on Twitch right now. Maybe you'll find some drama if you try hard enough. But keep it away from me. Keep it away from me. Getting the chills a bit relying on a consumer router for medical things. Well, the router isn't the router isn't the primary thing. Like, this is running the insulin pump and stuff. It wants to upload to the cloud. So I need that to upload to the cloud. So it's not really we're not making this into a medical device. Although I think this would be perfectly capable of doing that. I just don't want to carry it around with me. All right, get all this extra plastic. We didn't get to the MEK stuff, the fumes. We need to do that still. And then I need to print the back plate for Burn the Subs. So I'll do that tonight. If I don't get through it, we'll figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. All right, cool. Stream over. Thank you guys for joining me during this. It became a surprise router modification stream. It took us all day, but that's just one of the. It's just how it goes, right? Things always take about 3 to 4 times more time than you think they do. Yeah. Anyway, everybody's online. Everybody's doing something. So go watch them, not me. I don't deserve any of these viewers. I will see you guys tomorrow. And what we do depends on what I done. That's all I got. Here's the end card. It's got all of my social stuff on it. I really only tweet periodically about projects that I'm working on, and maybe I'll retweet something like Tom Thinks, who's going to be doing his Cartoon Mess Live at TwitchCon. That's pretty cool. Can't wait to see how that goes. That'll be really stellar, actually. I'm rooting for him. He's doing well. We knew he'd do well. I said when I first saw that stream, I'm like, this shit has legs. This is going far. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, and then if you feel like talking in the in-between time of streams, there you go. He's on TV tonight. Man, I don't want to check his Twitter. I'm gonna get jealous. I'm super happy for him though. He's getting all of the recognition that I knew he deserved. Yeah, Tom Thinks is fucking amazing. You guys should all go follow him. With that, though, there's my pithy little Twitter link as well as my pithy little Discord that you guys can join and hang out in if you feel like it. I will be on there, and I will catch you guys later. Have a good one. Goodbye.